If you've heard anything
Hello, 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 everyone. How are we all doing? I hope you're all doing well. So, welcome. Welcome one, welcome all to the Shakespeare Show. Again, as I said, tonight we will not be covering the election because everybody else is already covering it, so there's no real reason for me to be covering it as well. Plus, that's not really what I do. So, anyway, regardless, for today, we have some interesting stuff to talk about. First of all, finally, a video, although there already were videos before, were made of Mexican Jews. And so we're going to take a look at that, talk a little bit about what's happening in Israel, Palestine, and then go through some bad history. And in fact, although you can't see it right now, I actually have my judge's gavel to declare it when the history is certifiably bad. So, there will be judgment made. So, let's start with first turning off the music, since I feel that, you know, I think we're good there. And so, as I said, so for right now, what we're going to do is we're going to watch this video here, titled Judaism in Mexico, right? It's from a channel that mainly does like Jewish history. And there are some immediate things that I have issue with, but you know, it'll be good. It'll be good. By the way, that's the Mexico City Metro, which is very, very convenient, very nice. Definitely worth, if you go to Mexico City, it takes you pretty much everywhere in the city, so.
I didn't want to do this. I don't like to chase current events, but in this particular case, I felt I had no choice.
Muy buenas noches a todos y todas. Este mensaje va
For those not aware, Mexico now has a Jewish president.
Like, okay, so let me just, I'm like ordering the historical court, like, my goodness. No, but like one thing about this whole like emphasis on, oh, Mexico now has a Jewish president. Yes, that's true. But I hated that as soon as she was elected, right, there were people that were trying to like question her Jewishness when she even suffered like anti-Semitic attacks by former presidents of Mexico, like Vicente Fox. So like, and I also don't like the framing of, I don't like chasing current events. I mean, it is an important thing that a Jewish community that has, for the most part, been completely forgotten in the world. Like, it never mentioned. Like, most people don't even think that you can be Mexican and Jewish at the same time. Has someone take that position of power, right? And this says nothing about their particular, policies or anything, right? But rather it's, I think that like framing it this way, like, oh, she's like the hot new thing. I don't think that's a good framing of this personally, right? Like, I think it's important because, again, most people do not expect, of all countries, Mexico to somehow have a Jewish community, especially the way how the United States looks at Mexico, right?
And if you haven't heard about this, there are probably two main reasons. Foreign coverage of Mexico's internal affairs, especially in mainstream English language outlets, is just shockingly bad.
Yeah, this is true. Like, I can't disagree with him there, right? Like, the way how the United States talks about Mexico is like, I don't even know, like literally it's like they watch those movies and they act like they're real, and it's like, no, they're not real, actually.
Though the exact reasons why are beyond the scope of this video. Insofar as the English-speaking world has taken notice of Claudia Sheinbaum's milestone as her country's first Jewish leader, the
Okay, already I'm like, okay. Order, like, you did not mention her other Jewish name, both of her surnames. Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. Both of them are Jewish names, not just Sheinbaum, right? Like, we have to make sure that we recognize that Perez is a Jewish name, Pardo is a Jewish name, right? Lopez is a Jewish name, right? All of those names, and among many more, are also Jewish. But the fact that right now, literally, people only know her. Hello, Engels. It's good to see you. You came just in time as we're talking about Claudia Sheinbaum. Yeah, I don't want to, I've seen enough maps for a lifetime that are drawn in, red and blue. Like, I'm good. So, point being that, she was elected president of Mexico, but both sides of her family are Jewish, right? And so, unless he's going to correct this and say Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, this is very strange, because then it only focuses on the Ashkenazi side of her heritage, right? So, also this section is titled "You Made Me Do This," which I kind of also don't like the framing of that. But
response has been embarrassing. Following Sheinbaum's election on the 2nd of June, both Melissa Weiss of Jewish Insider and Todd Richman of the Democratic Majority for Israel published tweets denying Sheinbaum's Jewishness on the grounds that she had thanked Jesus for her victory. She had in fact thanked her husband, Jesus.
See, like, this is, like, the fact that you have figures, especially when it comes to, like, she was also governor of Mexico City, exactly, right? And the fact that, like, a Democratic Party, organization that is supposed to represent Jewish people, was one of the first people to, like, try to say this, right? It again goes to the fact that white Jews in the United States like to question the Jewishness and try to erase the Jewishness of those of us that are not, right, white Jews, and those of us that are, like, with the exception of Argentina, usually, right, those of us that are Latin American Jews. And this erasure is, goes back a long time. But especially right now, you have a lot of people that, like, don't want to, quote unquote, like, let her sit with us, right? But a lot of this is, it's wrong, right? Like, it's literally denying her own identity, right? Which has been used against her by a former president, right? Who literally was saying she was unfit to rule because, hello, full of nicks, welcome in.
Alerted to the significance of Sheinbaum's Jewishness in the stupidest way possible, U.S. media began pontificating about why this wasn't a bigger deal. The most obvious answer is that Sheinbaum's achievement as Mexico's first Jewish president has been overshadowed by her achievement as the country's first woman president, which has similarly blindsided the foreign press, despite the fact...
like, why can't it be both, right? Like, yeah, she won 61% of the vote. Yeah, but another thing too is that in this election, the two largest candidates, right, that won the most votes were two women, right? But regardless, he's still not mentioning her second name, right? Because it's like Spanish naming conventions is Sheinbaum Pardo. Like, by only focusing on Sheinbaum, it's kind of, I don't know.
That Sheinbaum's victory was a well-anticipated landslide, that she received the most votes of any presidential candidate in Mexican history, and that both major candidates in the election were women.
So again, this is all true. Yes, it was the most votes of any presidential candidate in history, 35, essentially almost 36 million. And both candidates for both of the two coalitions, Morena plus Partido del Trabajo and Partido Verde against PRI, PAN, and PRD, which was Galvez. it was a big deal because there were a lot of questions about, what policies they were going to put through, etc. But, the fact that many, and also, by the way, the background that you see here is the Justo Sierra, of course, full of nicks. It is the Justo Sierra synagogue in Mexico City, which is the oldest extant synagogue in Mexico.
I'm from the United States, which has never had a woman president, but the idea that a woman could be president is completely normalized, at least for people under the age of 60, and Mexico is no different. You'd almost think that the Anglosphere's shock over Sheinbaum's victory is rooted in shallow stereotypes from 100 years ago. I'm just kidding. It absolutely is. In an effort to make sense of the non-issue of Sheinbaum's Jewishness, Simone Romero and Natalie Kitroff of the New York Times made note of her culturally Jewish but irreligious upbringing, her personal feelings of alienation.
Oh my gosh. I read recently in a book that women getting to the right to vote in Mexico in the 50s only really helped re-entrench themselves more in governmental power. And I can't help but think that Sheinbaum is the same for the current Mexican political landscape. Well, I mean, again, for PRI, the expansion of suffrage was not like, oh, we're going to have more democracy, right? It was, we have more people that now can legitimize the dictatorship, right? The only thing that it upheld was the 6-year thing, right? That they would, whoever was Secretaría de Gobernación, that's who would become the next president, right? Like everybody knew how it worked, right? But we also know that behind the scenes, there was a group of the military high command and, the bourgeoisie that essentially ran everything, sort of told the president, but yeah, I get what you're saying about the entrenchment. That obviously this doesn't solve, right, a lot of the problems that are represented by women not having access to the same careers or the same just everything in comparison to men, right? And the fact that the two major parties, or the two major coalitions, both had female people as their candidates, right, does speak to kind of what you're saying, right? That they want to use candidates like that, right, to whitewash or pinkwash or whatever it might be, right? So yeah. But I one thing is, again, they're also he's still forgetting to put her second surname, which is wrong, because that he's only using the Ashkenazi one, which is kind of messed up. I mean, look, I don't know why it is, but people hear Pardo and they think, oh, well, that's just a regular Mexican name, I guess. It's not. It's a Sephardic name, right? Just because there are many Sephardic names that are, still exist, also with, like Lopez, Perez. I mean, Shimon Peres used to be the president of Israel before he passed, right? But people still want to associate, right? Oh, Sheinbaum sounds Jewish, but Pardo, right? And I don't like this. I'm not a fan of this here. Only focusing on Sheinbaum, right? Sure. I mean, if we're talking about how people know her, fine. But if we're talking about her Jewishness, why don't you include her full Jewishness, right? Another thing is rarely discusses her heritage. I mean, Mexico is a country that has had a very distinct relationship with one established religion, right? In particular with the Roman Catholic Church, but with religion in general. Also, it's not like the United States where people, are very overtly, talking about religion, right? In fact, usually it's not something people talk about in like, regular company. Like, it's not typical, right? I mean, are there some people that do? Sure, all the time. I mean, there are people that say like small things, right? Like, oh, thank God or whatever, right? Or, oh, I'm gonna whatever, blah blah blah. But like, to discuss one's Jewish heritage, like, what is she just gonna walk up to people and be like, so in 1924, you know what I mean? Like, hello, powerful finger, purple wash. Yeah. I wonder if my last name is Sephardic. My dad's family is Jewish ethnically. Yeah, I mean, probably is. In that case, then. The erasure of half her identity. Exactly right. It's half her identity, and it's the identity of a group that is already, like, always put to the side, right? Like, they always want to emphasize the Ashkenazi side, which, again, is already like in the United States and in other countries, even in Argentina, right, is a more secularized has a more secular community within it. And this, like, she tends to convey, I mean, I don't know what you want her to do, right? Like, it's like, do you want her to be like, like a Hasidic, Rebbitzin, which a Rebbitzin just means like the wife of a rabbi, right? But it's like, what do they want her to do? Like constantly be dancing the hora or something? And hello, powerful finger. It's good to see you. But, and also this too, her personal feelings of alienation from Mexico's Jewish community, which he puts in, most of whom voted against her. I mean, again, this is trying to act like, oh, the Jewish community, like, the Jewish community, I wouldn't even discuss it in that way, because, like, whatever it votes for, right, as a whole, doesn't necessarily match up, because, of course, there are going to be more conservative people, right, and there are going to be more left-wing people, but just because they don't vote for her doesn't mean like, oh, they don't, you know what I mean? Like this is like a weird thing to say, because that's not how Mexico's electoral system works. Like, it's not like coalitions are a big thing, right? So famously, people are a monolith. Yeah, I mean, like, oh, most of whom voted against her. I mean, everybody I know didn't vote against her. They all voted for her. And they're all Jewish, and there are like, and even there were even rabbis that I know that are in Mexico that they voted for her, because they actually like more progressive, But still, it's like wanting to be like, oh, well, the Jewish community of Mexico is against her, right? Like, oh, she's bad, right? Like, she's one of the bad ones, quote unquote, right? Like,
alienation from Mexico's Jewish community, most of whom voted against her, the rise of a far-right birther conspiracy theory trying to discredit her, and a religiously based insult by her opponent, vaulting to the conclusion that Mexican society is just so Catholic that
yeah, like this is what I was talking about, where so let's go back just a quick second.
Most of whom voted against her, the rise of a far-right.
So after she came out as a contender, right, as a candidate, she also faced birther attacks, right, that were based on the fact that because she's Jewish, and this is actually something that is, like, this is something that has pre-existed Scheinbaum. Like, this isn't, oh, unique. This goes back a long time, right, when it comes to anti-Semitism in Mexico and in other places where where people feel that you can never actually be Mexican, right? That there's something about you that means you will never be part of la raza or la nación, right? And this is something that has always been used to try to, either malign Jews or to alienate them from many spaces, right? Because the hegemonic society, right, believes and has been taught, right, that like, oh, we are the product of two particular civilizations and that's it, right? The Spanish and the indigenous people, and particularly the Aztecs, right? The Mexica. And so everything outside of that is, you know, alien to Mexican culture, and that's simply not true. I mean, but and yes, if you'd like to help me in any way, you can always help support my research by going to my Throne or to any of the links that show up here. Anything would be appreciated. But yes, birther conspiracy, saying she can't be Mexican because blah, blah, blah. It literally was because she's Jewish. They're like, Scheinbaum. Like, what kind of a Mexican name is Scheinbaum, right? And this questioning of whether you're Mexican is something that, again, all Mexican Jews experience. It's a very, or rather, I should say, it's a very common experience for Mexican Jews. I felt it quite a lot because, like, in fact, I actually remember a friend of mine tried to join an organization that was headed by, here in the United States, that was headed by a Mexican Jew rabbi. And he and his mother were going to join. And, like, this dude, like essentially, like, cursed out his mother because, like, he didn't, you know, like, also, like, began to question her Jewishness because, you know, and I'm like, bro, you're also a Mexican Jewish person, right? It's like, it makes no sense, but
birther conspiracy theory trying to discredit her, and a religiously based insult by.
And so, so this was another thing that some people remember, some people don't, and that was Xochitl Galvez, who was the other contender that of the coalition that included the dictatorship party PRI, the neoliberalism, you know, Mussolini-loving party PAN, and then PRD. She had asked her, we both had a meeting with the Pope. Did you tell His Holiness how you used a skirt with the Virgen de Guadalupe, even though you don't believe in her or in God? Right? When you get them to attack each other, we call that critical mass. You have a Mussolini-loving party. Yeah, the PAN, when PAN started, it like, its ideological base was like a like Catholic integralism, you know, Catholic social teaching, and was rather interested in Mussolini. But it was started like in the, you know, like in the 30s. So, I mean, there were a lot of Mussolini-loving parties. But then they became the like neoliberal party that apparently ended the dictatorship, but you know. But yes, you know, like, so this is someone from the hegemonic, right, society speaking to a Mexican Jewish woman and saying that you don't even believe, right, like, which, again, it doesn't matter whether she believes or not. It's not like you have to be Roman Catholic in order to be Mexican, right? But they decided to make it as though you have to well, yes, they're all different flavors of neoliberal, but like, you know what I mean though. Like they're the ones that, you know, did the whole, you know, why don't we make everything worse by starting a drug war? You know what I mean? So again, it's them trying to use her Jewishness against her. And a lot of this was not even like questioned that much in the media in Mexico. Wasn't even, yeah. So, I mean, you know, I grew up through that, right? Like in Tijuana, like, anyway. But yeah, like essentially saying like, oh, you know, you don't even believe in God, right? Because you're Jewish, right? And it's like, no, like, who? And this was during a presidential debate. Imagine saying something on this caliber to someone like Bernie Sanders on the American stage. It's just unthinkable. Was that the acceptance of the presidency of Calderon? Yeah. Yep.
Her opponent, vaulting to the conclusion that Mexican society.
So, yes, Mexico elected its first Jewish president over the weekend. And yes, Mexico has a large nominal Catholic population. Most people are not actually very religious in Mexico. Like, most people, for them, it's a cultural thing, right? So to call out, it's like they do the baptisms and like the quinceañeras, and that's like it's mediated through the church, but those are more things that happen because of cultural reasons, right? They are cultural markers of, a way of having family come together, a way of marking the passage of time, right? Rites of passage, et cetera, right? But like, that you have a fully mass going, that they pray, that they go to confession before they, all that stuff. No, it's not like that at all. I mean, I've gone into cathedrals before, and they're empty, right? It's like the priest is literally serving mass to like 5 old people, but people think that because people will identify with it in a cultural sense, that therefore, right, that it's like that Mexico is like the new Rome, so to speak. It's like, no, that is not at all how that is. Another thing is what I had already mentioned. Additionally, and this comes from that article, Miss Scheinbaum's story of migration, which she didn't migrate herself. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's weird to think of her as an immigrant. That's just, it's like Shinto and Japanese. It's more of a part of a culture than an actual credence. Right, exactly. As a descendant of Jews who emigrated to Mexico in the 20th century, quote, does not give any political capital, end quote, which again, it only gives political capital if, like, in a society where mestizaje has become the institutionalized racial policy, right? Like, this was the same thing with the Zapatistas when they first came out in, in 92, 94, in that time period, was that by not claiming to be an indigenous movement and instead being just a movement that involved indigenous people, the idea of national mestizaje that Mexico has embraced and had as its, ideology, part of its ideology, I should say, since the 1930s, where essentially all of the identities have been flattened into one identity that is equated with half Spanish, half indigenous, right? It challenged it, right? Because in that view, in the mestizaje view, and Josefina Saldaña Portillo writes about this in Who is the Indian in Aztlán, that it challenged the dominant mestizaje narrative of, the two nations that came together and formed a new one, right? The mestizo nation. Particularly in that Mexico had relegated the idea of indigeneity to being something in the past, right? Like, they're backwards, right, quote unquote, right? They're stuck in the past, right? They haven't progressed into the future, in which mestizaje is the future, right? And that's why, this is just Mexico is actually a cheap copy of the new Rome, the USA. I mean, in some ways, I guess we're a lot more peaceful in our foreign policy. Well, that's why I wish that Mexico would just have it as a constitutional, like, amendment already, an article technically, but a change of the just to officially declare like permanent neutrality. We already are neutral in deed and in everything, right? With the Estrada doctrine, but like it should be just enshrined in the Constitution. But yes, in a political society, right, where in candidates often allude to their mestizo or indigenous roots. Now, it's weird to say mestizo roots because that, like, mestizo as such is not a race in itself, right? Mestizo means someone who's mixed, right? So it's weird to kind of put it in that way. Like, I know what they're trying to get at, but the reason why they appeal to mestizaje is because, again, that's part of the state ideology, right? That everybody is this admixture of just enough Spanish and just enough indigenous to where, you know, and this is why Jose Vasconcelos wrote, like, the cosmic race, saying that, like, through the intermixture of all of the different races, right, Latin America was going to transcend all of the previous races and have the cosmic race, right? It's, you know, baloney, but, you know, still, like, these appeals to their indigenous roots are obviously also fall flat, right? Because Mexico's treatment of indigenous people is horrific. Absolutely horrific. And so, one quick second, I will be right.
Is just so Catholic that she had no choice but to downplay her Jewishness. Never mind that secularism has been a norm in the Jewish world for over a century, or that anti-Semites have never cared how Jewish you are. The writers of this article live and work in Mexico City and are clearly familiar with Sheinbaum, the Jewish community, and the nuances of Jewish identity. So to conclude that she wouldn't be accepted in Mexican politics because of Catholicism is just so fantastically condescending and outdated that I had to go down there and set the record straight. So, here we are.
Mexicanas!
Oh my gosh. I like how he's like, these New York Times reporters got it wrong, so I, a non-Mexican Jew, have to go there. Like me, a white Zionist Jew, have to go down there and tell them how it is. Yeah. But hey, at least you get to see the, you know, Fiestas Patrias stuff, right, on the night of the 15th of September, I guess, with AMLO. But yeah, like, Jewish secularism goes back a long time. And again, I still hate that he only refers to her as Sheinbaum, because, like, that's literally getting on my nerves now. Like, you're erasing half of her family, right, her mother's side, which, technically speaking, right, like, if you were to do the whole Jewish law, right, thing, would be the part that quote unquote makes her Jewish, right, so to speak. But you know, I'll just leave that there.
Mexicanos! Viva la independencia!
With me, you'll be free. With me, you'll be free.
Out with me, you'll be free. With me,
You'll be born.
Quisiera un dedo de salmón sin pepino, por favor.
Wait, what? Bagel? A salmon bagel without cucumbers? You miss Mexico? Well, hey, if you're gonna go back anytime soon, let me know. Without cucumbers. I wonder, okay. Yeah, okay, fine. I mean, look, like this dude right here, if I saw him, like, walking around, he looks Mexican to me. Because what does a Mexican look like? They can literally look like anything, right? But, still, So what you just saw right there. Oh my gosh, I've been to that cafe.
Sin pepino, por favor.
So that's the synagogue that I was talking about. So that one right there. It's the mustache. Yeah, it's the mustache for sure. I mean, it definitely. It definitely is the cherry on top for sure. That, like, oh yeah, like, but I would say, like, you know, just, you know, dark hair. Yeah, it was Chapultepec, right? Dark hair, dark eyes. I mean, you know. But yeah, the mustache definitely is like, oye, señor. En este puesto eléctrico. You know, as it so goes in Tepito.
Sí.
And yes, he's literally going to kosher places, which is why, like, as soon as I saw this, I'm like, oh, it's Mendy's, because there's a kosher cafe in Mexico City called Mendel's.
Puedo pedir
I love the focus on the Western sphere focus on the video, very colonialist. Yeah, it's like I have to go down there and set it all straight, and Reuben sandwich with the Coke, you know.
para llevar un sándwich Reuben y una coca regular en botella.
Also, I do like how he eats no Mexican food. like he's just eating like Ashkenazi food in Mexico, but there are dishes that are unique even to Ashkenazi Jews that are Mexican. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just noting.
Yep, that is definitely a small grasshopper. I don't hate it, but it's not really my taste.
Well, you don't. Okay, I hate when people eat the chapulines because, like, if you eat it in isolation, it's not gonna taste like much anything. Like, some people use it as, like, some people season them more and they use it as like bar peanuts, as a replacement for bar peanuts, right? The other way is like people make tacos, right? And they get like a little bit of panela cheese and then some aguacate and then they put some like chile, right? And then you eat it like that. But you don't. Are there kosher tacos al pastor? Yeah, there are. It's just not made with pork, obviously. That's the only difference. And they also tend to be made more like the way how they're made in Tijuana too.
So now we know. If you've heard anything about the Jewish history of Mexico before now, it's probably about the very earliest and least reliably documented period of that history. And what you heard was probably wrong.
I actually, no. Sam, you're actually wrong. I am probably one of the few people in the world that actually does know. Actually does know this stuff. Like, I didn't just hear it from some random, you know, like, I've actually like investigated and researched and written about this stuff, so, you know, about the Jewish history of Mexico and all that. So no, unfortunately this does not apply to me, but I'm sure that there are misconceptions that other people might have, for sure.
In 1492, just before the first Columbus expedition, King Fernando of Aragon and Queen Isabel of Castile issued the Alhambra Decree, ordering all Jews under their rule to convert to...
Okay. When he says just before, it was the day before. March 31st, 1492. They signed the Alhambra Decree, right? In El Palacio de Alhambra, right? Like what had formerly been the royal palace for the Emirate of Granada, right? And there they signed la acta de expulsión, right? And it's weird that they include baptized because that really wasn't allowed at that point. Like, by that point, they had already done the forced baptisms already in the 1480s. So this is actually kind of inaccurate, but like all of that, like because one of the reasons why was because later on they would begin to suspect, right, like, were their conversions to Catholicism like faithful, right? Were they actually legitimate, right? Like, did they actually believe? And then they went after the conversos, right? So there's a bit of an issue with it, but April 1st is when like literally the next day, is when Christopher Columbus set off for, you know, what he thought was going to be India, right? And the first person to step foot, right, from his journey, right, on what is now the Americas, was actually someone who was Jewish. And you know, Jose de Torres, I believe, or Juan de Torres, I believe. And the reason why he was chosen, and I kid you not, was because he had knowledge of Arabic. And that's why the first person to actually set, you know, if you want to, you know, in the Bahamas or wherever it would have been, was some Jewish guy, right, who spoke Arabic, because that's what they thought that the language of the Americas was, apparently. Well, no, because they thought they were in India, so, but yeah, the whole baptism thing that was already done. It was just expulsion at that point. So
Catholicism or be expelled. About 3/4 of the Jewish population chose to leave, while about a quarter converted. In the following decade, those conversos were subjected to frequent scrutiny and occasional trial from the infamous Spanish Inquisition in a period which overlapped with the bulk of Spanish conquests in the New World.
I mean, like, okay, there were people who already had converted, but they didn't convert like once, like in that time span between March 31st and August. People were just leaving. Like, I mean, that's where you have the Ottoman Empire sending ships. That's where you have people going to Portugal, which would then expel its Jews in 47. Like, he's actually taking stuff that happened just before and kind of like including it within 1492. Like I said, the baptisms were already done. Like this was literally Torquemada would not accept not even literally all of Abravanel's entire fortune, right? Which amounted to 30,000 gold ducats, literally one of an immense amount of money, to spare the Jewish community. So like this whole thing that, oh well, they could have converted. No, like technically I guess they could have, right? But there was no concerted effort to do conversions. Like, this group of converts that he's talking about was already done in the 1480s, in the lead up to this. Because remember, Granada fell in January, January, February, and then by March you already have the Expulsion Act, right? So there wasn't. So at that time, all of the decrees were instead focusing on how to incorporate a vassal state, which was Granada. Like the Reconquista was already done. Granada was already a vassal state to Castile. It wasn't like, oh, fully independent and blah blah blah. It just wasn't true. And so, like, there were a lot of rules. Like, essentially, they imposed a tax on the Moriscos, as they would have been called, for speaking Arabic and for wearing their clothing, for example. And eventually, the Spanish forcefully dispersed them throughout the country, so that way they could, all of their familial and clan connections would be effaced, right? But regardless, and then eventually you do have the expulsion of the Moors, and then the expulsion of the Moriscos as well later on. But for the Jewish people, they only had a time period to leave. There was not, like, they really didn't let anybody convert because they didn't think that those conversions would be truthful, right? Like, that's why he brings up conversos. The converso problem started prior to this, because the limpieza de sangre statutes start in the 1300s, right? With the first one being in Toledo. So it doesn't, but also, like, yes, this is technically, yes, it coincides with their, and it's funny that he only notes, like, the places, in Mesoamerica in particular, like, doesn't really go much into detail anywhere else, but yes, this coincides with Spanish conquest of Mexico, in particular, and but the people that came over, and there are many books that talk about this. There, like especially during like the Iberian Union, lots of people who were Portuguese Jews. Or who were Jewish were able to claim their Spanish, the fact that they had actually emigrated from Spain, as a way to bypass the fact that they were Jewish, right? And be able to get a safe passage across the Atlantic. Because in order to cross the Atlantic in the first place to the colonies, you had to prove your limpieza de sangre. You had to prove that you weren't Jewish. So them proving that they had Spanish ancestry by technicality, and indeed, at one point, Portuguese and Jew become interchangeable terms. So the Spanish crown would force everyone to pay $5.99 or connect their Twitch Prime account to Shakespeare. That's right. That's right. If you would like to get out of the ad break, you can always do so by paying $5.99 and getting a subscription here on Twitch. Or if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it up and you get one free subscription a month that can go to your favorite streamer. And if it by any chance happens to be me, which I would be truly humbled by any such person that would have it be me, I would highly appreciate that. And and if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can always do exclamation dono or exclamation point throne. Throne is also in the pinned comment, and I'm actually trying to really get this book right now that is right here, called The Violence Never Leaves You, because it's talking about like a lot of the violence that occurred in particularly South Texas, that in many ways one could say is ramping up, is already starting to happen to some extent, or even greater, is already happening to some extent and has already had, many victims of that violence along the border between Mexico and like the U.S. state of Texas. So again, if you'd like to support my research, I highly recommend that you help me sponsor this book. I would really appreciate it. Is your mom really using her Twitch Prime? Think about it. Oh yeah.
Indeed, some of the earliest Spaniards to arrive.
Whoa. Despite what you may have heard, Christopher Columbus wasn't one of them? What? What is it? Okay, it's race science. No thanks. Even if Columbus or his wife did have some Jewish ancestry, so did all Europeans. Yes, all Europeans are related to all other Europeans. I don't know why people are like so surprised. Yes, European Jews are just related to everybody else that's European. Mexican Jews are related to everybody else that's Mexican. So
in the Americas were conversos. All conversos were ordered to leave the colonies in 1523. And in 1571, the Mexican Inquisition was established and began making records of accused crypto-Jews. In the 1960s, Mexico's National Archives began opening these records to
Hold up. You skipped the most, we know that there were people in La Ciudad de Mexico that were Jewish, that they had a synagogue, that under torture is how they found out about it, because they tortured Carvajal and Mozo. Like, that's how we know. Like, you're just skipping over. They kicked him out of just because there's a law doesn't mean anybody actually left. Like, my goodness, this is just so reductive. My gosh. We know that after the fact that there were people, like I said, Carvajal and his family, that they were all burnt at the stake in El Quemadero, which is literally just where the Palace of the Inquisition is. If you're looking at the main door of the Palace of the Inquisition, which is like on a corner, if you turn to your left and you go down that street, I can't remember the name of the street right now, you will see like a yellowish orange painted church. I think it's San Diego, and that's the church where they had El Quemadero. But when they would have autos de fe against Jewish people, they would have them in La Plaza Mayor, which is again the second largest plaza, like open space in the world, only second to St. Peter's Square in the Vatican City. So like I don't know, there's a lot missing here. A lot.
Public, which, taken at face value, provoked a burst of interest in the idea of a major crypto-Jewish presence, which has continued to be fueled by the advent of DNA testing and, allegedly, a fair amount of academic fraud. I'll leave those details to the YouTubers who talk about genealogy.
Are there people that try to make... Okay. You don't even talk about the one, like, the... We have an extant text of a Jewish person. We have the entire proceedings of the Inquisition, the Mexican Inquisition, of their trial. Because under torture is how they found out that they had a synagogue, and how they had a rabbi, and how they prayed, and that it was with a Catholic priest that gave them what we would say like the Old Testament, right? That like gave them that. Like all these people were burned at the stake, right? And they were given literally like, and the worst part is, like, because he brought up conversions, they were allowed to technically convert and to kiss the cross, but that didn't stop them from being killed. That just supposedly, right, in their view, meant that they wouldn't go to hell. Right? This was a whole public spectacle. Like, we know this is the case because we have paintings of it. We have writings of it. Like, again, like, I don't know. Like, this is just, like, this is, again, just trying to discredit the fact that there is a historical Sephardic Jewish community, some of whom have had to live as crypto Jews or secret Jews for a long time. And instead of like I don't know why it's like, oh, at face value. I mean, sure, if it's some rando that goes into the archives and looks at it, fine. But we have actual documentation. Like, we know of people that were tried for Judaizing, right? For, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, we know. And in fact, the largest auto de fe was in 1649 in La Ciudad de Mexico. Like, it literally was a whole huge event where everybody in the viceroyal capital came over and to watch these people wearing San Benitos, right? And being, murdered before their eyes. Like, it was seen as a point of necessity for people to watch the spectacle of the autos de fe. Because the Inquisition did not have power over the indigenous people. It only had power over the Europeans because only they could possibly have Jewish ancestry. Even Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz, literally like a Mexican saint at this point, like in the Mexican pantheon, even she was taken into the Inquisition, right? Because there are, this is just ridiculous.
And keep things simple. First,
They skip so often that you can see the ripples in the water. Yeah, for sure. Like, this is just like, first Jewish ancestry doesn't imply crypto Judaism. I mean, again, this, like, he's equivocating people claiming Jewish heritage to people claiming to be crypto Jews as such. those two things are not the same, right? Like those two things are, if someone says, oh, like Borges, for example, he said, oh, I have many different races. This is how he worded it. I'm just translating it directly. I'm Belgian, I'm French, I'm German, I'm Jewish, I'm blah, blah, blah. Like that would be ancestry, right? But people say that they're crypto Jews means that they kept the traditions, right? They kept, focus, like they married between other crypto Jewish communities, right? This means that they also had, religious sites of importance, as we know from Carvajal, El Mozo. So, like, if some people want to make that jump from Jewish ancestry to crypto Judaism, they have to prove that, right? But it's different to say that it is seen that way, because it's not. Like, it's not advantageous in Mexico to be Jewish. It's not something, as we can see even with Claudia Sheinbaum, right? Like, anti-Semitism in Mexico has always been about seeing us as eternally alien to the country, right? No matter if we're mestizo or not. The point being is that the Jewishness itself is what has been entrenched for hundreds of years, with Mexico having its own Inquisition, of being seen as something that is inheritable through the blood that will never go away, right? And so he's just ignoring just all of that.
Jewish ancestry doesn't imply crypto-Judaism. Most Europeans have some Jewish ancestry, but it's for the same reasons most Europeans are descended from Charlemagne. Conversos were a much more specific category. Furthermore, conversos aren't synonymous with crypto-Jews. Under the Alhambra decree, most Jews under the Spanish crowns chose expulsion over conversion. Most who stayed behind fully embraced Catholicism, and by the time of the Mexican Inquisition...
Hold up. How do you know, like... Okay, if they fully embraced Catholicism, then the Spanish Inquisition would have been unnecessary. Like, this is literally trying to say, oh yeah, they just completely just, they were just accepted in, like they were, no. that just doesn't even make sense. There were some people that did convert to Catholicism that were sincere in their conversion. That does not mean, however, we can presume that everybody who did it was sincere, right? Or that people didn't do it out of, the fact that they would literally lose everything. Because remember, if you chose expulsion, you had to leave everything behind. Everything. So, like, making this claim, oh, they had fully embraced... No, that's not true, because we have people writing about the fact that this was not the case. Jewish people themselves, crypto-Jewish people, right? And even people who later on went to places like Portugal and later on to, like, the Netherlands, or in other cases to the Middle East or to North Africa, or even to Latin America, that talked about crypto-Jewish communities in Spain. So that's just untrue. And saying crypto Judaism in Spain was almost certainly extinct. Again, if this was the case, why did they have the Inquisition in the first place? Like, why keep the Inquisition then? If it's gone, then you don't need it anymore. Like, this is based on the assumption that, yes, numerically speaking, there would be far less people that would be crypto-Jewish and have remained in Spain. But that's because of the Inquisition. That's because of, social pressures. That's because of, a desire to, fully, whatever it might be, right? But this is like a huge assumption that, they were, and also the language, extinct, right? Like, using that is literally saying, like, they don't exist. There's no claim that they can ever have, right? Like, they're gone. What are you talking about? Again, I refer to you to Carvajal's work, right? The Enlightened, right? He literally talks about, and even in letters to his wife, talks about, like, Moshiach, like Jewish things, right? So, no, it wasn't extinct, right? Otherwise, the Inquisition would have been completely unnecessary, right? And then, therefore, the charges of Judaizing, etc., would have also have been unnecessary. This is a conclusion that just doesn't make sense, even if the number of people that stayed on being in Spain and were crypto Jews, right, dwindled. Yeah, it would have been very difficult, but I wouldn't use a phrase like extinct. That's some weird wording, bro. I'm just gonna say that right now. Crypto Jews to the moon, L'chaim, right? Like he's trying. Like I feel like he's trying to make it so that, like, there was never a historical community of Mexican Jews before Ashkenazi Jews, or like whatever, like before the 19th century, right? Like, he's essentially going to try to argue that.
Crypto-Judaism in Spain was almost certainly extinct. On top of that, descendants of recent Jewish converts still required individual permission from the Crown of Castile to settle in the colonies.
Okay, one, the Inquisition are famously untrustworthy. I don't even know what he means by that. Like, in what sense were they untrustworthy? The probanzas de limpieza de sangre that were required to cross the Atlantic were required even if you were going to get a noble title, even if you were going to get married, even if you were going to... So... Like, it's not like, and it's not like it's not like you had to go specifically to Madrid or Burgos, right, to do that. You could do that in Seville, right? The whole point is that you just had to prove your, like, what the Inquisition did was install a genealogical, right? One, it also ingrained to us the idea that blood, right? Like, we people still think these things, right? That there's such a thing as Jewish blood, or Irish blood, or German blood, right? The Spanish essentially created the idea of blood, and also including soil, right? Because when it comes to the Criollo Peninsular Divide, it's literally where you're born also determines what type of European you are, right? Oh, if you're born in the Americas, there's something ontologically different from you than from a European born in Spain, right? So this is like taking that framework and almost being like, this is how it actually does work. Even with the whole, like, limpieza de sangre, like, you had to prove up to so many costadas, as they called them, right? So many generations. And there were different ones. Like, there was never any national in Spain. There was never any national policy, right? Because a lot of the decrees were done, like, in particular realms, like Aragon or Castile, or in particular cities like Toledo. Like there were some places where you had to prove you had no Jewish ancestry since time immemorial. There were some that was 4 generations. But to say the Inquisition's records are famously untrustworthy, I mean, a lot of that is also because as one of my favorite historians, Elena Maria Martinez, has written. A lot of Spanish historians have helped in the covering up in many ways of what the Inquisition did by hiding a lot of this stuff. So it's not that it in and of itself was untrustworthy. It's that in Latin America, many people don't want to talk about the Inquisition. And in Spain, they not only don't want to talk about it, but they don't even want to let people try to talk about it, right? And so because of that, I don't know where he's getting this, that they're unreliable. I mean, they're as reliable as any other genealogical identity thing that existed at the same time, right? Okay.
Second, Inquisition records are famously untrustworthy. As soon as it was established, the Mexican Inquisition began investigating alleged crypto-Judaism, but unlike in Spain, there are no surviving accounts with which to corroborate or dispute them.
No, this is untrue. This is untrue. I'm judging this as bad history. Very bad history. This is wrong. There are records to corroborate this. In fact, Boleslao Lewin, a Mexican Jewish scholar, wrote the book Racismo Inquisitorial that has the entire case of the Inquisition against one particular woman because she was Jewish. So this is just a lie. This is completely wrong. This is just literally saying that, there are no good records, so therefore there were never any people, so therefore there was never a population of Jews that exists prior to this. The fact that he's a Zionist and the fact that he's saying this, and it's absolutely wrong. Even I have myself have seen the case records in Mexico itself, at el antiguo Palacio de la Inquisición, en los archivos. I mean, they even have it in los archivos general de la Nación. This is absolutely a lie. Especially if you're going to look at the Mexican Inquisition. The archive in Spain, en La Casa de las Américas, or even in Madrid or wherever the Inquisition has its archives, would not include those of Mexico, because they weren't under the same jurisdiction, right? Mexico was its own kingdom, right? That's why it's Virreinato de México, right? Virreinato de la Nueva España, right? It had a vice king, right? It had other kingdoms within it too. El Reino de la Nueva Galicia, el Reino de la Nueva Vizcaya, el Reino del whatever, right? So this is just, and we also know too that the people that founded the city of Monterrey were also Jewish. So this is him, this sounds like the same type of stuff that people try to do to discount the Jewishness of Jewish people around the world whose existence challenges the narratives of Zionism. And that's actually ridiculous, the fact that it's being weaponized against Mexican Jews. That's ridiculous. My goodness gracious. No corroborating accounts exist.
As in Spain, purported instances of Jewish customs were rarely distinguishable from more general Spanish customs.
No, that is not true. If you read the book Genealogical Fictions by Maria Elena Martinez, it was not the same as Spanish, quote unquote. One, there was no Spain as such. And two, no. they outlined specific things in their manuals to say, this is how you can tell. See, this dude knows nothing. Knows nothing. He literally does not even know the very basics of what the Inquisition did. But somehow he has the knowledge to know that, crypto Judaism in Spain was extinct by 1571. Like, no. That's ridiculous. They were not indistinguishable from general Spanish customs because they involve things like, for example, and I've mentioned this on stream before, there was he doesn't even talk about limpieza de sangre, so that's like another thing. Like, bro, you're not even talking about the way how they even thought about how Jewish people worked, right? Like how Jewishness worked. You're over here thinking that it's just like, if they convert, they're no longer Jewish. That's not how that works. Even in Israel, that's not how that works. That's the reason why they let in 5% of its population are people of Jewish heritage that are Christian. It might perhaps be more stringent now, but still, I mean, it just reasserted the Nuremberg laws, essentially. Because it's not like, because like earlier he made it seem like you went to the crown and they would determine whether you were Jewish or not, and that's not what they did. It's not like, were you Jewish? Are you Jewish or Catholic? No. They would look through your genealogy and see if there was a documentary record of your family. Oh, goodness gracious. Hello, Narwhal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the biddies. Hello. Hello to you as well. Hello. Thank you so much. In fact, it even made me get rid of the little picture I had for a second. Yeah, like I don't know what this dude is going on about. Like, Sam, you're just completely wrong. Like, if you're trying to undermine the idea of Jewish people pre-existing European immigration in the 19th century, you're just wrong. Like, you're just like unbelievably wrong. And also, what does this have to do with Claudia Sheinbaum? Her, like, you even said, her family migrated in the 20th century. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know.
Accusations of Judaizing were often made against Protestants, liberals, and other dissidents, and accordingly, these accusations...
Liberals? Liberals? So now we're talking about the 18th and... Bro, now you're literally talking about, like, later on in history. You're not talking about 1571. Like, there was no burden of proof? What are you talking about? They had a whole tribunal. They had burdens of proof. We know, because you had to still present evidence. Like, it's like this dude just believes the black legend and just like it just runs with it. Like, oh yeah, it was exactly... Bruh, you don't know, like, shit. Instead, you just want to, like, think that, like, somehow blood science, like blood quantum, can tell you, whatever, right? This is disgusting.
Often belied much stronger political and economic motives. Infamously, crypto-Judaism was one of many charges levied against the Catholic priest and revolutionary Miguel Hidalgo in the mistaken belief that his execution would end the Mexican independence movement.
Okay, this is just... I have never... Look, Angles, if you're still in here, if anybody in here that's also from Mexico, I gotta say, like, I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. I have never heard any never heard this. Like, and I've read biographies of, like, all of the major, you know, figures. I have the Oxford History of Mexico, you know, whatever. Like, I have never, like, this just sounds like a conspiracy theory. And we also can read the history of that time period, and the Inquisition did not have a... See, this is where he also gets it wrong too, right? He thinks that the Inquisition has like a police force, right? It didn't have that, right? It could sentence people to death, but it couldn't. Priests technically cannot do that, right? So like, I don't know. You know, like, it's unbelievable.
On the other hand, there is evidence of a Jewish presence in New Spain. Archaeological finds from the mid-16th century are extremely scarce, but do exist.
Bro, archaeological finds? We have a text. It's even on my throne. Which, by the way, if you would like to support my research, please go to my throne and, you know, help me in trying to get this book over here. The Violence Never Leaves You. You know, I would very much appreciate it if people would help. But yeah, I don't even know, like, what on earth is even going on right now. Just I don't know.
And by far the most suggestive evidence comes from the period between 1580 and 1640, during the personal union between Spain and Portugal.
Oh my gosh, bro, you do not have to do archaeological digs. This is something that was said in the press. This was something that was said by people. This was archaeological digs. Were they going around looking for menorahs or something? We know that specific Sephardic customs were also taken to Mexico in particular because, for example, los buñuelos, right, are something that crypto Jews and also Jews that did live in Mexico would make, because that one of the things is that for Hanukkah you have to eat oily food, right? There is also, like, I mean, there are so many other things, but this is literally like, let me ignore all of the, like, history, like, you know, the documentary history, and focus on something that, like, I don't even know what, like, archaeological digs of what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, of where, you know? Like, I'm trying to think, like, where would you even go? I mean, like, old Mexico City, I mean, most of it's still there, you know? So...
Unlike in Castile and Aragon, the Jews of Portugal had been converted by force, with no option to leave. As such, crypto-Judaism in Portugal was far more persistent and continued in isolated pockets right up to the 20th century. Of those...
Okay. How is it that... Okay. First of all, how is it that Portugal, right, which is, which at one point was in a personal union with Spain, right, the Iberian Union, right, was somehow able to like have communities of crypto Jews up until the 20th century. But Spain, a country that is known for its, regionalisms, right? Like its various independence movements, etc., right? Somehow was like such a well-oiled machine that it functioned like, like, I don't know, like, so, you know what I mean? It just beggars belief. In Portugal, they were able to do this. In 47, they expelled their Jewish people. And they didn't do forced baptism or not. They just expelled them as well. Most of them, or rather, I should say, the ones that had converted, right, by force, most of them, as soon as they got the chance, moved to Mexico. Which is why, like I said, in the 1540s, from the 1580s to the 1640s, in particular, but particularly going more to the 1640s, right? Like just before the Gran Auto de Fe, and including that Auto de Fe actually, in Mexico City, most of the people that were being charged with Judaizing or with being Jewish, because I think he's misunderstanding what that means. Like, Judaizing didn't mean like, oh, they were trying to make people Jewish. It's that they were doing Jewish. It's like that they were Jewish, right? They were continuing to behave as Jews, because that's the view of limpieza de sangre, that your behavior is determined by the fact that you have Jewish blood. Okay? So, yeah, this is just... I mean, I'm just still fascinated at the archaeological digs, because I'm trying to think, like, you're literally skipping all of the, like, recorded history and going to archaeology instead, when it's not like people weren't literate. I mean, like there are cases of people, again, who, were came to Mexico from Portugal, and they had like tried to pay to put like a daughter of theirs, right, in a convent, and paid the dowry that you have to pay for one of your daughters to join a convent many times over. And one of the like that was supposed to ensure their safety, right, from being brought before the Inquisition. But eventually that was used as a way to determine the fact that they were Jewish, right? Like, the person who took the money sold them out. Like, there are so many recorded stories of this. Like he's just like, oh, I don't want, like, he really just wants to say that there really was no Jewish community, that it pre-existed 1825. Like, which, fine. If that's what you want to argue, fine.
Crypto Jews who fled Portugal, the vast majority sought out more openly tolerant societies like England, the Netherlands, or India. New Spain, by contrast.
What? No. New Spain. That is okay. This is just, yes, a lot of Jews, Spanish, Iberian Jews in general. Also England. What? They couldn't go to England. What are you talking about? They couldn't go to England. England expelled its Jews and did not rescind it, even with Cromwell. It wasn't until the Glorious Revolution that Jews were readmitted back into England. So that's just wrong. The Netherlands is correct, which is why you have Spinoza, right? But again, I mean, the most popular destination for European migration for a very long time was Mexico, because that's where all the economic stuff was happening. Like, that's where they had mining, that's where they had gold, that's where they had, all of this other stuff, right? So this is also incorrect. Like, yes, a large amount of people did go to the Netherlands. Some of them even went to Poland, right? And other people went to the Ottoman Empire, and many of them even went to Venice. Hence why in Venice they're called scuole, right? The schools, right? Which is why in Yiddish we say shul for synagogue, right? Like la scuola tedesca, right? The German synagogue, right? La scuola spagnola, right? The Spanish one, right? And that's where we get the word ghetto in the first place, because ghetto comes from the Venetian verb gettare, which means to jettison, right? Like that is the word as it would exist in English. To jettison is gettare, right? So there's just a lot wrong here. And it's interesting too, because it also makes him have to deny, or maybe not deny, pardon me, I should say this, omit the fact that like the Ottoman Empire was actually receptive to the Jewish people, right? Like he wants it to be, right, like, oh, they all went to Northern Europe and that's where they were, blah, 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 right? But most Sephardim didn't go to the Netherlands. Most of them went to the Ottoman Empire and to the, other places. But by far the most went to, what is now in the Balkans, Turkey, Algeria, Morocco. And there were already communities there and to begin with. So this is just, I don't even know. I don't know.
Contrast had little to offer. But even if the vast majority of accusations by the Mexican Inquisition were false, it's notable that accusations peaked during the Iberian Union. By far the most famous case is that against Luis de Carvajal.
Bro, okay. Is he really going to deny Luis de Carvajal's Jewishness? And also, anyway, you know what? Let's just.
First governor of Nuevo León. A native of Portugal, in 1579, Carvajal obtained permission from the crown to settle his extended family in the newly conquered territory, only to discover that said extended family were crypto-Jews, with his sister Mariana as their matriarch. Carvajal subsequently turned Mariana over to the Inquisition, who burned her at the stake. However, and in case you didn't hate him enough, Carvajal likely used his position as governor of Nuevo León to carry out large-scale operations to enslave the
I'm really wondering what his point with this is. Like, one, this is a very, like, okay, fine. Like, even if we take this all at face value, okay, and, right? Like, didn't you just prove yourself wrong by saying, oh, that there were no, that the Portuguese crypto Jews found no reason to go to New Spain? You literally just had a matriarch of a whole extended family. My goodness.
indigenous population, which was not only illegal, but a major obstacle to a peaceful resolution in the ongoing Chichimeca War. Correctly fearing that the slavery charges wouldn't stick, the Inquisition also indicted Carvajal as a crypto-Jew himself, since it required basically no burden of proof. He was convicted, but died before serving his form.
Okay, no. There was a burden of proof. Like, this is literally Black Legend shit. This is Black Legend shit right here. Oh, that they would just torture these people and just, like, they didn't care if they lived or died. This is literally stuff that, again, is stuff that was used as propagandistic things to whitewash colonists that did just as horrific things, right? Like the whole thing with the Chichimecas and all of that stuff. Like, one, I don't think he's getting correct. Like, give me just one quick second. Like, I'm actually curious about this because there is no way there is no way that yeah, he's getting it completely wrong. I knew it. I knew he was, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure, but I wanted to make sure that he was and they weren't even from. He even got where they were from wrong. Like, this is just absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. He's literally getting he's getting confused to like he's getting one, Luis de Carvajal y de la Cueva did not die in 1590. So there's just that. He was born in Mogadoro, Portugal, but his family, like, he went to go live in Spain. So, you know, the whole thing about him was that like, hello Philip Blair, welcome in. Died before sentence. Okay, so he was sentenced to exile, convicted of blasphemy. No, he wasn't. He's getting so much wrong here that it's actually upsetting. Like, it's actually like he's getting so much wrong that I'm just like, why even? Because it doesn't say that he went back to Spain. He went to Spain. And then they accused him of not having a probanza de limpieza de sangre, which he never mentioned. And he was convicted of Judaizing, not blasphemy.
Sentence, leading to a common misconception that he really was a crypto Jew, though
the consensus, bro, his nephew, Luis de Carvajal el Mozo, was a crypto Jew. We know this, and you just said that the matriarch of the family was a crypto Jew. Like, literally, like, the leading historian on this subject talks about Luis de Carvajal el Mozo. Is this guy popular? I mean, this has 20,000 views. He has 66, almost 67,000 subscribers.
The consensus among historians today is that he wasn't. As an interesting side note, while Jews weren't technically welcome in New Spain, and the Inquisition regarded crypto Jews as criminals, being Jewish in itself wasn't technically illegal. The actual crime in question was apostasy, so in theory, an open, unbaptized Jew would have gone free.
What? Okay, bro, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I can give you an example of why this is not true, and I don't even have to use Mexico as the example. I can even use Portugal as the example. I can use Brazil, because this is actually how the New York Jewish community got founded. When Dutch Brazil, right, began to fall to Portuguese forces, the Jews that were there in Recife, the commander, right, of the last city essentially said, we will surrender, but we don't want you to subject the Jewish population to the Inquisition. Right? Like, if you just let them, they will go on boats and then they will go back to Europe, right? And then, you know, you don't have to deal with them ever again. They agreed to that. Right? Otherwise, they would have been tried by the Inquisition. And these were openly practicing Jewish people from the Netherlands. So this whole, it wasn't illegal. It was illegal. Because of limpieza de sangre. You had to have limpieza de sangre to even be in New Spain. You couldn't be there if you didn't. Being a Jewish person meant you absolutely did not have limpieza de sangre. So no, that's just ridiculous. Yeah, it makes no sense. Like,
Of course, by the time Mexico had an open Jewish community, the Inquisition was a rapidly fading memory. In 1810, with Spain mired in the Napoleonic Wars and an accompanying crisis of political legitimacy, the aforementioned Father Hidalgo and several other politicians initiated a 12-year campaign for Mexican independence. In 1820, the rebel government abolished the Inquisition. In late 1821, independence was firmly secured. In 1823, the short-lived Mexican Empire was overthrown in favor of a republic, and sometime around 1825, the first Jewish immigrants arrived in Mexico City. Barely. Inquisition or no, the 1824 Constitution still maintained Catholicism as the state religion,
and well, one of the reasons why, this is true, was because this was during a time when they had just been an empire. Right, because when Mexico initially wanted independence, it just wanted to have independence insofar as, like, it could conduct its own affairs, right? But it wouldn't have essentially kind of wanted to be kind of like how, like, Australia is, right? Like, where it has, like, a governor general and, like, you know, like, it has King Charles III as their head of state. I mean, it isn't the best analogy, but kind of like that, right? But obviously the Spanish king did not want that. So that's why they started their own. And the church had already been an established church from colonization. So the fact that you have the first constitution, essentially, you know, after 1821, after the Treaty of Seville, I mean, it's just okay. I mean, like, it doesn't surprise me, right, that it was that, but okay.
And the practice of any other. Even if it hadn't, Mexico in the mid-19th century was extremely unstable and not terribly appealing to prospective immigrants. Over the next 33 years, Mexico experienced a Spanish attempt at reconquest, numerous coups and regional rebellions, decades of wars against the Comanche, Apache, Yaqui, and Maya, a French naval blockade, independence movements in Texas, California, and the Yucatan, a single incompetent dictator somehow coming to power on 11 separate occasions, a U.S. invasion leading to the cession of Alta California and New Mexico, a series of invasions by American and French adventurers trying to start their own countries, and a revolution followed by a prolonged constitutional crisis.
Oh my gosh, this is just... Oh my god, it's like What If Old Hist, but like Jewish history.
1857, with Santa Anna fully out of their system, the liberal government that had overthrown him established a new constitution which opened citizenship to non-Catholics, though the free exercise of religion remained ambiguous. Is this the moment that Mexico's Jewish community truly came into its own? No. But also yes, but also no. Conservatives refused to recognize the new constitution and initiated a civil war, which the liberals quickly won. But the victory was short-lived.
No. From what I understand, they just, well, now they don't do anything, right? Like, they just participate in they're completely symbolic.
In 1861, Emperor Napoleon III of France took advantage of the United States Civil War by invading Mexico under the flimsy pretext of collecting Mexican debts, resuscitating...
Well, one thing that they used to do is that they would like kind of be like the signer of royal assent, right? Which is like, you know, like when the president gets to sign a bill, right? But it was like a symbolic sense, like they can't really do anything else.
The defeated conservatives to install the Austrian Maximilian von Habsburg as emperor. So imagine the conservatives' surprise when Maximilian not only upheld the 1857 Constitution, but continued the process of liberalization, including an 1865 decree unambiguously affirming freedom of religion. And though the
So, Here, Article 3 of that 1857 Constitution states, quote, all religions that do not oppose morality, civilization, or common decency shall enjoy broad and frank toleration within the territory of the empire. Government authorization must be obtained in advance of the establishment of a religious organization. The Decree on Religious Liberty. So they couldn't veto a bill? I don't believe so. I don't think they ever really had that power. Historically, anyway. Like, well, I don't know about historically, but like now they definitely can't. They can't veto because they're not part of the democratic process, right? They're just a representative of the crown. Which, speaking about crowns, if you'd like to help me with my research, you can always go to my throne, where the current crowning book that I would like to read, for my research is the one right here, The Violence Never Leaves You, that talks about, the violence that the United States committed against Mexicans in the 1920s and 30s in South Texas.
French ultimately lost that war and Maximilian was executed, the victorious Republicans ended up making a similar amendment to the Constitution. In spite of all this, the Jewish Chronicle in 1862 reported a total Mexican Jewish population of only 100, and by 1900 this had only risen to about 1,000. Beginning in the 1880s, President Porfirio Diaz made repeated overtures to attract Jewish refugees fleeing Imperial Russia, but this was continually sabotaged by anti-Semitic threats from Catholic reactionaries in the press. On top of that, Diaz's own economic policies had only served to exacerbate wealth inequality. The real wages of working-class Mexicans were actually falling. Why would working-class Jewish immigrants bother with these conditions when they could just as easily live far better in the United States?
Oh my gosh, this is just... Oh my gosh, this is so, like... Yeah. Okay. Nice way of just, like, skimming over, like, anti-Semitism, by the way. And also the Jewish Chronicle, which, is not exactly known, well, not anymore. I mean, it had a lot of people leave it because it's untrustworthy. I mean, again, it's in the UK. So, I mean, then the question becomes, who is considered Jewish according to them, right? Like, do they have to have an open synagogue, right? You know what I mean? Like, who gets to count as Jewish in that, right? Because then now you are privileging Jewish people that, because of the changes in the law, right, and immigration now, and also this whole thing of like, oh, real wages, for the, like, that is true because of the United States and, imperializing, right, and the UK and the French, etc. But which I'm sure he doesn't, if they would have just allowed them to just, blah, 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 but that didn't stop people from moving to Mexico. Like, I mean, I don't know why he's like making a pitch. Why would they go there when they could just go to America, right? It's like working class people weren't paid, I mean, generally speaking, they were paid better because America, is an imperialist country, and also had, all of this capital that it was able to invest with that was built off the back of slaves, right? But it, you know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of a weird thing to, like, oh, well, but instead, everything would be better if they went here. Like, okay.
States. Only with the dawn of a
who decides which religions meet those qualifications? LOL, because it sounds like weasel words put into exclude indigenous. Yeah, pretty much. Twitch is very quiet today.
new century did Jewish immigration begin to pick up, mostly from Ottoman Syria and the Balkans. Almost immediately, these immigrants began planting the seeds of communal institutions like private schools and mutual aid societies. But before anything else could happen, Mexico descended into revolution, resulting in a decade-long multipolar civil war with constantly shifting alliances, 2 U.S. interventions, and a revolving door of...
Yeah, two U.S. interventions that led to a specific outcome that the United States wanted. Don't forget that. Like, I hate when people talk about the Mexican Revolution because 1 in 10 people had to seek asylum elsewhere outside of Mexico. And about another tenth of the country, you know, a lot of people died, right? That weren't even fighting, right? Just because they were peasants and, you know, with the United States blocking, right, the two major ports for export to Europe, to European markets and other international markets, it didn't exactly help. But like, we know that the United States intervened in 1914 specifically because they wanted to get a specific party in the conflict to win, right? So, like, also not, you know, also whitewashing American imperialism. U.S. covert ops in Mexico. I mean, yeah. I mean, even this, like the revolving door of regime change. I mean, who does a regime change here benefit? The United States. I mean, even look at Cuba. U.S. influence. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's
regime change. At least 10% of Mexico's population was killed.
10%, yes. This is what I was going to say, but 10% of the population died, perished because of the war, of the revolution, and 10% left the country, seeking asylum elsewhere. So 20% of the population was gone, okay, after the revolution.
I've talked a fair amount about revolutions on this channel, but Jewish involvement in this one was pretty minimal. Jewish emancipation was not at all in question. The Jewish population was still very small, and the war never produced any notable Jewish figures.
Oh my gosh. Oh, God. I mean, this is literally what I've been dealing with my like entire life. Like, oh, what country from Europe did your family come from? Or when did your family convert to Judaism? Or blah, blah, blah. It's like, either my Jewishness is questioned or my Mexicanness is questioned. And it's the weirdest thing ever, right? But then also to be told that, like, yeah, there were never any important Jewish people in Mexico ever. It's just like, okay, if you say so, that's not true, but...
One possible exception that we'll talk about later. Far more important to the Jewish story was how the
Oh, hey, that kind of looked like me. No.
revolution ended. Emerging from a decade of horrific conflict, the new center-left government of President Álvaro Obregón...
So, a lot of people have said that Obregón, right, President Obregón, was Irish, right? And that his name is the, like, pronunciation of the name O'Brien. So, there's that, I guess.
sought to address the systemic issues that had provoked the revolution in the first place. For its entire history up to this point, Mexico had been a mostly rural society dominated by a disenfranchised rural peasantry. What little industry existed was mostly extractive, controlled by a small technocratic elite.
Oh my gosh, this is just... Yes, of course it was, because the United States and the other imperialist powers, like France, were fine with it being that way. They don't care about people having, you know, about what the peasants think. It doesn't care about, you know, equality and land reform. That's the reason why there was a revolution in the first place. In fact, the Mexican Revolution was the first social revolution in the 20th century.
And over-dependent on foreign investment.
Over-dependent on foreign investment, bro. That's called imperialism. It's not like Mexico. Like Mexico had a small comprador bourgeoisie, and everything else was literally sold off to other people, to Americans, to the British, to the French, to the Germans, to the Russians, to whatever. It didn't matter. The point was, and again, this is why it's like, please, just everyone read Lenin's Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. Obviously, there have been developments, but like this is just like, this is like he's just describing imperialism. What year? The Mexican Revolution began in 1910.
To the US as an example, one of Obregon's solutions was to establish a large urban working class by encouraging mass immigration. But unlike in the US, new arrivals were required to renounce their foreign citizenships in order to own property, and even then weren't allowed to own property along coasts or international borders, helping to keep the new arrivals and the GDP that they generated from leaving the country. By coincidence, the US during Obregon's presidency ended its own mass immigration policy, forcing most prospective immigrants from Europe and West Asia to seek out alternative destinations, including Mexico. Even then, Mexico was never a top prospect, and the foreign-born population there never reached the percentages seen in pre-war America.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, Mexico, I mean, even describing this policy in this way is kind of misleading, because it's not as though, like, it was, like, supposed to, like, completely change Mexican society. Like, the whole thing was to have an open door to European and West Asian immigration, because typically in Mexico, the population of immigrants was never above 1% of the population, and there already was, like I said, like, it's also forgetting the fact that there already were waves of immigration that happened prior to this, even during the colonial period, even during the even during the Porfiriato, even during Maximilian's empire. I mean, that's also the reason why Mexican beer is like the beers of Austria, Belgium, the Czech Republic. I mean, in fact, one of Mexico's most famous beers is called Bohemia, literally Bohemia, right? Because that's the styles that were brought over by the immigrants. Also the music, right? Like, if you listen to ranchera music, banda music, right? Like, the instruments, the tunes, right? Like, you can see that the point wasn't to just, like, change completely the demographics of the country. It was instead to open it up to other influences from Europe. I mean, again, like he's thinking of this the way how, like, the United States, or how, like, Australia or other countries, like other white majority settler colonies, how they do European immigration, right? Like, they are using it specifically to maximize the amount of territory and power that they can have vis-a-vis the indigenous people. But in Mexico, I mean, there were, the indigenous people are still there, right? So, I mean, even restricting people to only being in El Bajío, the most economic, the colonial heartland, again, wouldn't mean that would completely change everything about Mexico, right? But he's acting like no one came over, right? Like, yeah, it wasn't the top prospect destination, because a lot of the things that people wanted were things like free land, right? Like in the United States, right, you could get land grants, right? Mexico doesn't have large spaces of arable land, right? Like it did when it before America stole it, right? Like in California and in Texas. But most of northern Mexico is arid, so you can only really do ranching. So, you know what I mean? Like, and even that, northern Mexico is more European than southern Mexico, which is more indigenous, right? So, like, there's a lot here that he's kind of like not understanding, and like he's thinking that like Mexico is like trying to like overwhelm the indigenous population with new immigrants, right? Which is like what Argentina did, or what, the United States did, right? Like, 3 years after the Panic of 1907. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, Monty Python. I'd say Mexican loggers are better. Well, you know, people can like what they like, of course. Monty Python ass stream. Yeah, for real. First Spanish Inquisition, now Tracts of Land, right? Fuck John Cleese, by the way, for no special reason. Well, I just tell people, please don't make Inquisition jokes. Like, as someone who does study them, just, you know, come on. But yes, if you'd like to help me in my research, particularly since I do study, you know, Jewish history, but also Latin American history and Mexican history as well, more specifically, you can always do so by going to my throne and contributing to help sponsor a book like the one that's currently on there right now, which is The Violence Never Leaves You, talking about the pogroms that were committed against the Mexicans that lived in South Texas by colonizing white Americans.
But it was a huge boon to Mexico's economic recovery, and as this recovery drew international attention, immigration, including Jewish immigration, steadily increased. With the end of mass Jewish immigration to the United States, Jewish communal organizations north of the border began taking a more active interest in the well-being of Mexican Jews, inspiring Obregon's successor Plutarco Elias Calles to publicly reaffirm his government's openness to Jewish immigration in 1924. The American response was surprisingly cold. By this time, Britain and the League of Nations had established a right of return for Jews in Palestine, which consequently diverted most of these groups' philanthropy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the Zionist in him always has to come out. Like, at some point. Like, of course, he has to already be like, oh, let me explain to you why Israel, blah, blah, blah. You know, and you know what I've noticed, too? Is he stopped trying to speak with, like, a slightly British accent. And he's from California. You know? Like, bro, you're from Pasadena. Like, you go to Israel, like, just because you immigrated to Israel doesn't mean that you suddenly can speak in a British accent. Like, doesn't even make sense.
Philanthropic efforts all but killed the Jewish territorialist movement and kept the rate of immigration low. According to essayist Salomon Khan, himself a Jewish immigrant to Mexico, these arrivals had already...
Why is it that, like, only now he even mentions... Like, one, he says that the other people weren't Jewish, but they were Jewish because they said they were Jewish. Like, again, Luis de Carvajal el Mozo, the younger, the nephew of the guy that he mentioned, he was the one that was tortured and ended up, like, you know, because he was tortured, you know, told the Inquisition of an entire Jewish community, right? He told them where their synagogue was. And they did have services. Like, literally, they had Jewish services. So I don't know what this dude's problem is, right? But he is doing one of those things that, like, a lot of Zionists like to do. And I'm not saying that it's uniquely them, right? But it's one of those things where, like, they like to discount Jewish communities that have that pre-existed precisely because they tend not to be Zionist, right? Because they have been so marginalized and haven't been assimilated into whiteness like in the United States or in Europe or whatever, that they do not identify with Zionism, and that Zionism has never cared about them, right? Like, and which is good, right? That, like, the Zionist organizations of the world, right, never cared about the Jewish communities of Mexico, and, right, because they're minuscule. But, I mean, Mexico's Jewish community is larger than that of Ukraine's, right? But yet people would identify Ukraine as somehow, quote unquote, more Jewish than Mexico, right? But that's because people stereotype Mexico as being, like, inherently Catholic, but it's not. I mean, you know, waves of German peasants were showing up at the time, started breweries, beer-filled hard cider vacuum. I mean, lots of things. I mean, you have, think about Frida Kahlo's father, right? right? Like just think about all of these other people that did move there, right? And instead he's like focusing on, well, people like essentially because they didn't have because Mexico didn't have immigration waves exactly like the United States or Argentina, it therefore can be sidelined in its importance in Jewish history. No. We have the only extant colonial Jewish writings, and they are in Mexico, by Luis de Carvajal el Mozo. Like even some of Mexico's most well-known Jewish academics have like written about it, right? Like it isn't like academic like it's something that is contended with, that it's something that is engaged with, I should say, right? In fact, one of them even made a graphic novel about Luis de Carvajal el Mozo. I have the graphic novel, and it's all about the effects of like how like again, this kind of reminds me somewhat of the charges against Ethiopian Jews, right? Who, because they had, been, away from, the Jewish, as they saw it, right? Particularly the Ashkenazi-centric view of the Jewish world, right? That somehow made them un-Jewish, right? But, I mean, the Yemenite Jews were just as different as the Ethiopian Jews, which is why, indeed, Yemenite Jews were mistreated, and when they came to the state of Israel after being lied to, they even had, like, their newborn stolen from them. Like, if any woman was pregnant, they would literally steal their babies. So, I mean, which is a whole different point, but anyway, my whole thing's like is like he's making it seem like, well, this community is expendable, right? At least that's how it's coming off to me, because he's saying like, well, nothing ever happened, there were never any important Jewish people, no important Jewish families. Like he literally said the matriarch of the Carvajal family was a crypto Jew. And then is like, but Luis wasn't, though. But he was sentenced by the Inquisition. What? And we know El Mozo, the younger, the nephew, he was Jewish. Because he even went to a synagogue that was in Mexico City. So, like, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Let's see this. Like, you go to Israel, like, just because you immigrated to Israel doesn't mean that you suddenly can speak in a British accent. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, bro, you're from Pasadena. Oh my god. Yeah. I guess people do want to watch election content, because, yeah.
Peaked by the mid-1920s and numbered well under 20,000 across the entire interwar period. Nevertheless, this was the most significant period of Jewish immigration to Mexico. The majority settled in Mexico City and largely self-sorted along linguistic lines. Arabic speakers from Syria, Ladino speakers from the Balkans, and Yiddish speakers from the former Russian Empire. Okay, I'm gonna move this down, right? So, okay, maybe I'll move this up. So, Yiddish, right? Yud, Dalet, Yud, Shin, right? Yeah, only Europe has history, right? The Balkans, yes, like, in fact, this Friday we're gonna watch a film that, and also it's funny because even here he's like, well, he's specifically saying Syria, but they came from other places too. It wasn't just Syria. It was also like Algeria, Morocco, because like I myself have like family that is Moroccan Jewish. So, and so anyway, and then here is Lamed, Aleph, Daled, Yud, Nun, Vav, right? So Ladino, right? L-A, blah, 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 right? And so you have Turkey, Bulgaria, Greece, Yugoslavia, right? And then you have
Arabi, right? Arab, right? Which it's interesting because if you change these two consonants here, it changes from Arabi to Ivri, which is Arab to Hebrew, right? Even when talking about people, which I've always said, this word right here, and the fact that it's just these two things that are the difference, shows that there really isn't a difference between the two peoples, right? But anyway, but yeah, so Yiddish, Ladino, Arabi, I mean, he also should include like Palestine, but I think I know why he's not including that, but we'll just go with it.
Each with a robust media ecosystem that kept these languages alive for the next generation. In the first few years after the revolution, the majority of Jewish immigrant workers worked as street peddlers, but by the mid-1920s, Jewish employment had shifted much.
So okay, now he's starting to get some things correct, like a little bit. Yes, this is something that like my grandparents remembered, where like they would always have to sell, right? They would always have to sell things. This was like whatever it was, if it was clothing, if it was food, whatever it was, like it was just done that way. Like that was just those were really the only things that were available for Jewish people at the time. Then eventually you get to retail, like light retail, and that's like where, again, I've talked about this before. My grandfather's family, they owned like small stores, kind of like a corner store, really, right? But they also had, but also because my grandfather was like a shochet, right, a kosher butcher, and that's a tradition. Like there also was like a shop that also sold like some Jewish like groceries, right? So kosher groceries, I guess, but
more toward light industry and retail, mostly in the clothing industry on the east side of central Mexico City. And while American Jewish philanthropic organizations had lost interest in Jewish immigration to Mexico, they maintained an active role developing communal institutions for Jews already living there. Accordingly, the 1920s saw the establishment of the Young Men's and Women's Hebrew Associations, local branches of B'nai B'rith, Po'al Etzion, and Sephardic Bikur Cholim, the first of several Jewish private schools, and several newspapers, most notably the Yiddish daily Der Weg. As early as 1923, Mexico had its first Jewish governor, Vicente Lombardo. This was the period that...
Also, like, yes, Vicente Lombardo, but what's important is that it's also in his name, is that he's in Italian, like his family is originally from Italy, right? He like the categories he showed like a second ago of like where Jews came from, like his family was not from any of those categories. But okay.
Produced many of Mexico's foremost Jewish cultural figures, including anthropologist Anita Brenner and the Yiddish poets Jacobo Glanz and Isaac Berliner. Of course,
yeah, a lot of people, Yitzhak Berliner often don't know that Isaac Berliner is actually Mexican, but it is what it is. Kosher Quickie Mart, yeah, pretty much.
Discussion of interwar Mexican art would be complete without mentioning the legendary muralist Diego Rivera, who, upon learning of some distant Converso ancestry, didn't so much convert to Judaism as adopt secular Jewishness as a guiding principle, becoming friends with many Jewish artists, in particular Isaac Berliner and Amedeo Modigliani. And toward the end of the decade, the government's defeat of the conservative Cristero rebels resulted in a lasting taboo against religion and politics, which further expanded social opportunities for Mexican Jews. By the decade's end, modestly sized Jewish communities in Guadalajara, Monterrey, and Puebla had begun establishing their own institutions, but the majority remained in Mexico City. And as the working population transitioned from peddlers to skilled artisans, Jews working in El Centro began moving to the newer, more middle-class developments of Roma and La Condesa, where you can still find active synagogues, the Jewish documentation.
Yeah, like this one right here, Monte Sinai, that's, I know that one, Yehuda Levi, yeah. But the Jewish Documentation Center, there's a lot that he got wrong. So I don't know if it's just because he did it in a rush, you know, like he didn't have enough time to do the accurate research or whatever, but there's a lot that he's like, one, like his statements just saying, oh, these people weren't Jewish, these people weren't Jewish. There's a lot that he did just does not understand. So I'm guessing that he wasn't there, like he was probably there for a couple of days, because like I know Monte Sinai, and then if you go up here to Polanco, like up here is where a lot of the Jewish community is now. So
Center, where I did much of the research for this video, and a number of Jewish restaurants and bars.
yeah, Mendel, like I go to Mendel. I also have gone to El Rey del Falafel, but Mendel is where I like to go because my mom loves their pastrami sandwiches. So
I'm eating this in the park because I was not waiting for a table there. Like fun was I waiting for a table there. Ironically,
you made a good case that it's biased. I mean, yeah, I mean it's kind of upsetting, really. Like I wish that, like, you would think that someone who, you know, has, you know, a large audience, that 66.9 thousand subscribers, you know, I'm sure has many patrons on Patreon, right? Like a person who can do this for a living could have, you know, I don't know, consulted someone, spoken to some professors or something, because there's so much here that's just wrong, and it does seem biased to me. Like it's trying to invisibilize the Jewish community that has survived for hundreds of years. That you know, it might not be enormous, but it still is there, and to deny them, hire Shakespeare, read between the lines. Oh, I wish some university would hire me for sure.
Mexican Jewry's upward mobility and growing social acceptance inspired a severe backlash from within the middle class, who increasingly feared for their privileged status. Accordingly, the 1930s would be the most anti-Semitic period in the history of the Mexican state. I hope you're enjoying the video so far, and if you're particularly...
I'm not, but I am just going to say here, we're going to transition over to chatting. She's giving you a shot. So, I'm not enjoying this video. I'm sorry, Sam. You need to do a lot of reading, and more research, regardless. You know, this is the reason why, like, a lot of my own research, you know, has been to look for, the fact that people want to focus on just, you know, what I mean, and when I say this diasporic Jewry, I mean that they want to focus on 20th century or very late 19th century, right, European Jewish migrations to particularly Mexico City and Guadalajara, right, that establish communities that are recognizable to Jews in America, right? And that's one of the things where it's ignoring the fact that there were immigrants that were Jewish that came before. And in fact, like when he talked about the whole Portuguese thing, like that wasn't... The fact that Jew and Portuguese began to mean the same thing for a specific period of time speaks to the fact that the Inquisition, right, was indeed finding out that many people had found a little loophole, right, that let them get their provanzas, that let them cross the Atlantic. Because you needed to have and also his thing that, oh, you needed no evidence for this. That is not true. Like that's literally like black legend propaganda. That it's like, again, you had to build a case, right? Like they had to Like you still had to appear in a court, right? Like it's not like, oh, they just took you away and just, um, we have the court proceedings, right? And people, and there were even people who got the charges dropped. So, like, that's why I don't understand this whole, like, oh, it was so blah, blah, blah. Like, it wasn't easy, but there was an influx of people from, Portugal and also Portuguese, holdings like the Azores and other places, right? And another thing too that he also doesn't mention is the fact that Jews that lived in other parts of the Spanish Empire, right, like in Naples or Milan or in Franche-Comté or in Belgium, right, the Spanish Netherlands, they were not affected by the Inquisition. So they were able to, if they wanted to, go to the Americas, which many of them did. Because you know what I mean? Like, there's just so much that's missing here. Like it's just really, like, in fact, it was Jewish people. Jewish people were the ones who brought back tomatoes, right? Because tomates are from Mexico, right? Jitomates, as Mexicans call them. Tomates are from Mexico. They're the ones that brought tomatoes to Naples, which was then Spanish Habsburg land. If it wasn't for that, you literally would not have spaghetti, right? Pizza, all of that stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how did those Jewish people get over there to Mexico and get the tomatoes and then take them all the way to other Spanish lands? Like, pizza proves you wrong. The pizza will absolve me. You know what I mean? Aren't there a lot of Sephardim in the USA too? Yes, there are. And in fact, there's even a large amount of people that have discovered their own ancestry, that live in, like, historically Spanish territory, like in New Mexico, for example. But exactly. Isn't the non-exaggerated Inquisition bad enough? Yeah. Like that's what really just gets me, is like, the Inquisition was already horrible because it ruined so many people's lives. And, there are cases where people would literally, like, they couldn't be without evidence. Like this whole thing that, oh, it was just a kangaroo court. Like, that's just black legend propaganda, which is bad. Like, like, this is the reason why, like, I keep reminding Maria Elena Martinez's book, Genealogical Fictions, because there she goes into the fact that, like, like, even whom they would have seen as most, like, for example, one thing that was different from, evidence of Judaism, right? Like, they would have wanted, yes, like, they would have wanted, right, evidence that this person, like, what is it exactly that they did, right? First, how do you know that they are Jewish, right? 2, now we have to genealogically prove that they're Jewish, because that's what the Inquisition essentially established. A genealogical, it established the idea that still exists in our minds, right? That, oh yeah, double Shakespeare, yeah, that's right. I mean, hey, I do have a double kafia, so and like I said, I do have my judge's gavel because I'm judging this as very bad history. But friends, yes, indeed. But what is, like, stands out to me is this like the fact that like the genealogical thinking that it was imposed upon people, right? He just completely doesn't even talk about that. Like, bro, like you can't, like, how did people determine Jewishness? They didn't just accuse people of being Jewish, right? They had to prove it. That's the reason why. And like also saying, oh, the records are so unreliable. Again, that actually isn't true, because we have entire court cases, right, that are available, but they wouldn't be available in Spain. That's the problem. Is that he's literally like, ah, yes, Mexican Inquisition, I have to go to Spain. No, it was a different jurisdiction. In fact, New Spain was on its own so wealthy, right? Like, obviously, the colonists that lived there, right, were so wealthy that they were able to create a court culture that equaled that of the one in Madrid. So, which, again, that's unheard of. Like, that didn't really happen back then. Like, a colony never matched the metropole, right? All of the blood quantum stuff, because that's literally what limpieza de sangre means, purity of blood. That's how they tried to determine whether someone was Jewish or not, right? So that's why his thing about like, oh, an openly practicing Jew could have, no, because they by definition don't have pureza de sangre. Like in fact, this was such a big theological question that they decided to grant limpieza de sangre to all of the indigenous people, because the logic was they could have never have heard about Jesus Christ, so they get to have limpieza de sangre, right? But people from Africa don't, because they could have heard about Jesus Christ, right? It's literally an argument of proximity, right? And that was literally the reasoning behind why, like, in the enslavement, etc., other stuff was justified, right? On religious grounds, on, etc., etc. So that's why this just like is like, it's very strange. It's just very strange. But anyway.
Making videos about Jewish history, my first instinct was to see if OmniAtlas would let me use their maps and map templates. Obviously they did, and OmniAtlas has just been a huge leg up on my production process from day one. Go check their link in the description if you're interested. And now, on with the show. Anti-Semitism isn't a coherent ideology. While there are some common tropes and beliefs...
Hold up. This is strange. I mean, like, I get what he's trying to say when he says it isn't a... But it's really weird to call it an ideology as such. Like, it's not something that people adopt. It's something that exists within, like, ideology, right? Like, there's Catholic anti-Semitism, right? Right, there is, we live in a world of white supremacy, and that comes with anti-Semitism, right? It's not like, oh, there is a switch where, like, you could turn off the anti-Semitism, right? Like, that's not really how that works, but I think I know what he's trying to get at.
It adapts to the specific anxieties of the states in which it takes root. Russian anti-Semitism is historically tied to opposition to democracy.
What? Opposition to democracy? I mean, the pogroms in Russia happened... Wait, I need to go back, because
While there are some common tropes and beliefs, it adapts to the specific anxieties of the states in which it takes root.
Okay, Russian anti-Semitism. He shows the Soviet Union, but not the Russian Empire? like, what? Like, Poland had a pogrom against Jews after the liberation of Poland. Like, do people forget this? It wasn't because of this. They weren't part of the Soviet Union. Another thing too is like the Pale of Settlement, the forcing of Jews to live within a certain particular part of the Russian Empire, to literally be essentially like a shield, literally human shields, right, so to speak, should any other country decide to invade the Russian Empire, right? Like, that's why they didn't want them to be in the heartland of Russia. So to show the Soviet Union is just so strange to me, because it's just like, I don't, like, where is the, like, was there anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union? Of course there was, a lot. But I don't see how you can look at the Soviet Union and be like, it's in opposition to democracy, when the Soviet Union's history is so short, and the Russian Empire's history is, even just with the Romanovs, right, 300 years, right, and you have nothing but anti-Semitism, right, nothing but, and that's still extant even in the Russian Orthodox Church, right, especially the one that exists, the Rokor, right, the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, right, that is the most reactionary and the most, right, so like, this is like a very, also, like, this just, DLC content often tied to anti-communism, which kind of, yeah, like, this is very strange, like, opposition to democracy. Well, what is like, what does he mean by this? Like, so Jewish people in 1917, if they would have supported the Tsar, that would have been good. Like, I don't get what his point here is. Like I mean, I do, right? Like, I do get what he's trying to do here. Like, he's trying to say that because there were refuseniks, right? There were people in Russia, Jewish people, that wanted to leave the Soviet Union, right? And eventually they did. They were allowed to. But one thing to note, though, is that the state of Israel actually made it so that the Soviet Union made them move to Israel, right? Like, Israel, the state of Israel has done this historically, where they've gone to places like Morocco, like France, like other places, and made it so that their only choice is the state of Israel. The same thing happened with the Soviet Union. And there were Jews that, after living in the state of Israel, wanted to go back to the Soviet Union. So, in fact, I actually remember like an old newsreel that the state of Israel sent a whole bunch of matzah for Passover for the Jewish community in Moscow, and that they literally just left it outside, like they literally stacked it up and put it away and said, we don't want it, because they were against Zionism. They're doing it in Manipur even, I think. Well, I mean, it's just, like, it's a weird thing to bring up Russian anti-Semitism first when you literally have Germany right there, right? Like, but even if you are going to talk about Russian anti-Semitism, why would you choose the Soviet period when that's, again, like, the 76 years it existed? It's tiny. I mean, it's like, you have 300 years prior of nothing. I mean, there's the reason why the word pogrom is in Russian, like.
Anti-Semitism is historically tied to opposition to democracy. American anti-Semitism is very preoccupied with sex and sexuality.
What? Like, okay, this one here, mouth-breathing ideology, right? Okay, sex and sexuality. Okay, I know that there is a desire by some right-wing people more recently, right, that try to put together, like, specific, when it comes to, like, I guess, adult entertainment and try to classify Jane Austen rejected title. Yeah. Sex and Sexuality. That's okay. Now that's a good one, Philippe. That one. Sex and Sexuality. That is judged to be funny. No, I'm just but no, but like, I mean, like this is very reductionist. Like, it's not just sex and Miss Austen. You write very well, but you got to cut it down on the sex scenes. The women all around the world, they're over there getting the vapors every time that they're turning the pages of your novel. I don't like and like now with like the whole like anti-trans tirade that, you know, the United States seems to be focusing on, like there is this interesting interlacing of viewing particularly trans women as being a kind of a proxy for for talking about Jewish people, because it's the idea of a person that really, I mean, I remember I talked about this 2 years ago. My goodness, this is literally like when I first started streaming, I talked about this. There is a book called Belonging and Genocide by Thomas Kuhne. And I recommend, people read it. But in that book, he describes like these certain elements, right, that kind of lead to the ability for Germany to eventually commit the Holocaust, right? And one of the things that he talks about is like the transgressing of spaces, right? Particularly those of women, right? Because you have the Nazi cult of motherhood, right? Which exists. There are many articles that talk about this. But like the idea of trans women in particular is that like we invade this like sacred space, right? That it's where women, right? Where they're, blah, 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 right? Like all of that stuff that's, it's always with this idea that we are not actually who we are, right? Like, and a lot of that are literally tropes that come from, talking about Jewish people as being like the enemy within, blah, 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 et cetera, right? Like, oh, he can look like you, but blah, 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 So like and then there's also this desire to like say that, oh, because a person that owns this is Jewish, and again, when they say this, like, oh, they're Jew, that could mean literally like their great grandparents were Jewish, right? But like they grew up Lutheran, but because their great grandparents were Jewish, they count as Jewish. So it's exactly what Philip Blair just mentioned, or what mentioned earlier. It's blood quantum stuff, right? It's like you cannot escape your Jewishness, right? Like it marks you forever, right? Which is what the Spanish did. Which is why I know that so much of this video is wrong, because he just doesn't understand like the basics of that. But like I don't know. Like it's weird to say it's with this, because it's also more than this, right? Like it's immigration, it's finance in general, it's it's so many other things. It's like,
and Mexican anti-Semitism is generally bound up in anti-Asian sentiment. Since the 1880s...
What? Okay. I honestly don't know what he's getting at now. How does anti-Semitism equal anti-East Asian sentiment? I really want to know. Like, I think I understand what he's trying to say. Maybe. But I'm really not sure, actually. Like, I'm really not sure. How, like, anti-East Asian stuff in the U.S. is like anti-Semitism? Yeah, but he's like Since the 1880s, there has been furtive xenophobic outbursts against Mexicans of East Asian descent. But, like, the places that have, like, okay, like, if you go to the Chinatown in Mexico City, like, when it used to be more of a Chinatown, right? Like, okay, but how does, okay, I guess we just have to listen to him.
There have been furtive xenophobic outbursts against Mexicans of East Asian descent, peaking in 1911 when revolutionaries massacred 300 Chinese immigrants in the city of Torreon. However, the rising status of post-revolutionary immigrants from Eastern Europe and West Asia brought renewed attention to the ways the country was changing, and threatened the singular status of the pre-revolutionary middle class, leading to an increasingly organized anti-Asian political force targeting Arabs, Turks, Armenians, Japanese, and most especially Chinese and Jewish Mexicans.
Okay, so this is like, oh, like all of Asia, right? But not all, but okay, this doesn't make sense though. Because Hebrews are actually Indians. I have a vid I can send you. Oh my gosh. Just like how RFK says, yeah, COVID, yeah. But see, this doesn't make sense because he just said that, like, oh, there were no people from West Asia, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he just said that the Sephardim were not, like, the main component. He said it was Ashkenazis. So how are they Asian? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if they're coming from, most of them are coming from Eastern Europe, how does that translate into Asia? Like, I don't know.
These shifting attitudes even led to a change in immigration laws to prevent such people from continuing to immigrate.
Immigration law of 1930 established a registry of immigrants, made the naturalization process mandatory for all permanent residents, gave government broad powers to regulate which categories of person could be denied entry on the basis of inassimilability. Further regulations in 1934 explicitly forbade Jews and Romani. I mean, and as a result, only 2,000 Jews were able to attain residency from 33 to 45. I mean, okay.
And as a result, only about 2,000 Jews were able to obtain residency between 1933 and 1945. But for most of these ultranationalists, restricting immigration was only a stepping stone to expelling all so-called undesirables in defense of what they called La Raza, the supposed political superiority of...
There is not an accent on the A. Oh gosh, see, this is weird because now he's like, oh, well, these people here, they actually believe that, like, they're mixed ancestry. Bro, there are mestizo Jews. Like, most of the Jewish people I know are mestizo Jews. If you go to, like, you know, Interlomas in Mexico City, there you'll find, you know, pretty much people that, for the most, you know, some people that are, like, recently moved from, like, from former Soviet countries to Mexico and that are Jewish. But, like, again, there already was an extant Jewish community. I mean, just because the Jewish Chronicle didn't decide to count everybody doesn't mean that there weren't already people. But this is like a weird thing to suddenly bring up, right? Like, oh, they, like, this is the moment that, you know, whatever, I wonder how you...
mixed white and indigenous ancestry. With the onset of the Great Depression, these ultranationalists formed the National League Against Chinese and Jewish Penetration in order to organize mass...
Oh my gosh, what a name.
...boycotts against businesses and champion discriminatory bills in Congress. Just as in Canada and the United States, the rise of the Nazi Party in Germany inspired many more Mexican fascist organizations.
Yes, this is true. There was the gold shirts. Yes, there were Mexican Nazis. I mean, there are Nazis literally everywhere. There were them in Cuba. There were them in Russia. There were them in the United States, like he just said. And I mean, even the Stern gang wanted to ally themselves with the Nazis. and they were Zionists. So I don't really like, okay. Like it just seems like a weird thing to bring like okay, if we were going to talk about anti-Semitism in Mexico, then talk about anti-Semitism in Mexico. Don't talk about Mexican immigration of Jewish people, and then make this weird shift to like, while at the same time saying how like, but America would have been a much better place to immigrate to, right? And then say, oh well, in the 1930s, like every other country in the world, right? For the most part, it had policies that restricted the immigration of peoples, particularly from Eastern Europe, and also from China. I mean, the United States had the Japanese, the Chinese Exclusion Act, right? So like, it's not even a like, oh well, they did it too. No, he's ignoring the fact that this wasn't uncommon. Yeah, Mexico had the gold shirts, but they never had any political legitimacy, right? Like there was never any candidate that ran on the gold shirt, that won, right? And his focus on the idea of la raza is like him also misunderstanding how people use that, because I feel like he's trying to use it in a very specific,
gradually forming a broad coalition of the National League, a fascist veteran militia called the Gold Shirts, and the mixed-race nationalist Pro-Raza Committee, who in May 1931 successfully expelled 250 Jewish merchants from the La Lagunita market in northern Mexico City. But by this time, the post-revolutionary Laborist Party had reorganized into the National Revolutionary Party, adopting an orientation that was socialist but still broadly pro-Western.
I mean, I wouldn't say, hey, yo, what? Did jelly like jam? What? What happened? No peasants beyond this point. I mean, I don't know. It's strange that like well, I'll just wait till I like jam responds, but he says socialist, but it literally says social democracy right there. Like, he wasn't a socialist. I mean, he was definitely further left than any other president we've really ever had, because he nationalized the petroleum industry, right? Pemex, which is the largest, company which is the largest, entity in Mexico, and also the electric, the electric industry, right? Like, there was nationalizations and such, but like, Mexico never went socialist, right? Like, it's not like, oh, this is he was a social democrat that just was successful due to the world wars and whatever, the Second World War, to nationalize when the United States kind of couldn't do anything, right? So let me know what's the issue. I like jam.
This was the same government supporting.
But I also don't understand what he means, like, largely pro-Western. Like, so that just means that, like, oh, they were pro-Western in that they weren't, like, allied with the Soviet Union? Like, is that what he means? Right? Like, I guess that's what he means, right?
The Republicans in the Spanish Civil War, giving refuge to Leon Trotsky, condemning the Anschluss more forcefully and unequivocally than any other nation.
They were the only nation. In the League of Nations, Mexico was the only country to vote against the Anschluss, and they condemned it more forcefully and unequivocally than any other nation. But they were the only country in the League of Nations that voted against the Anschluss. Do you like the land reforms under Cárdenas, or is it too big of a can of worms? I mean, it's a can of worms, but like anything that has been able to allow for communal property ownership, right, is a positive step, in my opinion, right? It might not be, fully, whatever, but I think, being able to have like communally owned, like the ejidos, right? Like that concept of the ejido is worthwhile, right? Like it's not done, right? That project is not done, but it had a, it's.
They weren't interested in this kind of politics, and they weren't about to stop ordinary citizens from taking a stand. In 1935, on the 25th anniversary of the revolution, the Gold Shirts took it upon themselves to parade around the Zócalo, the central square in front of the presidential offices and cathedral. While some fascist groups made at least some pretense of being pro-worker, the Gold Shirts were unapologetically just a gang, comprising ex-military Nazis.
Oh my gosh. Look at this dude. Like, they didn't actually care. Bro, did you even read about them? Like, honestly, this looks like, they didn't. Remember that the essay, right, that the brown shirts were used by the Nazis to be their like thug gang, quote unquote, right, as he's using here, right, to essentially, beat up people that they wanted to, but that wasn't their party apparatus, right? It was their, their militant wing, so to speak, right? Like, he's acting like it's all one. I mean, even the, like, we understand that the National Socialist Party had the brown shirts as a way to essentially have its own like police force, right? Its own, and most of the people in it were lumpen proletariat, right? Young men who kind of had nothing really going for them. And this essentially gave them the license to, kick the shit out of people. And, just like hang out and, be with, be racist, right? Be edgy with each other, right? But yeah, like ex-military, I mean, like, I don't know. It's just like,
sympathizers who made a living by breaking up labor strikes and exacting protection rackets on farmers, university students, and Jewish and Chinese business owners. In short, they'd made enemies of almost everyone.
oh yeah, because the Nazis, they were just absolutely beloved by and so were the again, this just shows that like this form of whatever, like the way how they were going about it was not popular in Mexico. Like for him to focus so much on it and the thing that they did, it shows that there actually wasn't a broad appeal of the Gold Shirts, right? That people didn't actually like them, and that they never gained any political legitimacy. One, because there just was no, I mean, like if their only quote unquote success is the temporary removal of merchants from La Lagunilla, right? They eventually came back, right? Like it's not like it was a eternal expulsion. It essentially was, they would extort people, right? But that isn't uncommon for like fascist groups in their early stages to be like that. I mean, that's kind of what they do. But okay.
And at the end of the day's festivities, they suddenly found themselves outnumbered by more than 10 to 1 by an anti-fascist coalition comprising the Mexican Communist Party.
Yes. Yes, let's go. 10 to 1. 10 to 1. Antifa super soldiers. Mexican Antifa super soldiers of the world unite. Okay? Okay? I bring my gavel. I bring my gavel. Okay? 10 to 1. So focusing on this very small thing is like literally... Yes, the Mexican Communist Party literally beat up the fascists, and they outnumbered them 10 to 1 with their whole coalition of people that hated them. Like, you know, and do you want to know? And do you want to know who founded? Do you want to know from what country was the founder of the Communist Party of Mexico? They were from India. And they founded the second Communist Party in the entire world. They're from India. Like, literally, I can look it up right now. Like, his name was M.N. Roy, or Narendra Nath Bhattacharya, and he was from Bengal, from Arbelia, and he founded the Mexican Communist Party. Literally, right here. Let's go. The Mexican Communist Party was founded in 1917 as the Socialist Workers' Party by Manabendra Nath Roy, a left-wing Indian revolutionary. Okay. PSO changed its name to the Mexican Communist Party in November 1919. It was outlawed, blah, 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 you know, etc., etc., etc. But this means that it's, you know, one of the early ones. We'll put it like that. It's, you know, it's pretty early. It's pretty early, you know, for Mexico to have a Communist Party in 1917. You know, like, I think it mentions this later here. Yes. Here we go. Yes, the first communist party outside of Russia. So if you want to see, right? Oh my gosh. Yes, let's go. 10 to 1. 10 to 1. Antifa super soldiers. Mexican Antifa super soldiers of the world unite. Okay. Yes. Yes, let's go. Yes, I fully endorse this statement. Shakespeare for Mexican president for the running on the Mexican Communist Party. We will right the wrongs, and we will wrong the right, so to speak. No, I'm just joking. Yeah. So the second communist party in the world, founded in Mexico by an Indian revolutionary. You know, he doesn't care about that. But do you know who else was very big in the Mexican Communist Party? Jewish people, Mexican Jewish people. So I am going to officially declare his take out of bounds, right? Like, it is objected to, okay? And it is sustained, okay? Because I'm objecting to it.
An automotive workers union, and a coalition of socialist self-defense groups. The ensuing riot resulted in the deaths of 3 fascists and 2 communists, led to a new law banning the Gold Shirts as a political organization, and inspired the consolidation of most trade unions into the Confederation of Mexican Workers, under former Puebla governor Vicente Lombardo.
Look at that. Oh, look at that. The Confederation of Mexican Workers, all of the unions coming together. And the person that's in charge of the union? Mexican Jew. Yeah, Mexican, Jewish, Indian, communist. Exactly. Like, I don't understand. Like, yes, if you'd like to help my research, since Stream Elements decided to pop it up, please go to my throne and go help sponsor the book. The Violence Never Leaves You. Trust me, it is a book that I cannot wait to finally set my eyes upon the words and get to reading, because it's very sad. You know, I have to say, my work is not the cheeriest, you know, but when we have stuff like this out there, right, you know, getting all of these views, I'm just like, yeah.
Driven underground, Mexico's various fascist groups joined forces with German Mexican organizers who sympathized with the Nazis directly and rallied around.
Wait a second, bro. Like 5 minutes ago in this video, you said, oh, nobody from Europe ever moved to Mexico because they could have just moved to the United States. Now you're over here being like, oh, there were German Mexicans and they had this dude that's dressed up like this. Like, which one is it then? Was there lots of European immigration to Mexico, or wasn't there? Like, like choose one, please. Like, it can't be no one came over, because who on earth would ever want to move to Mexico? But also, on the other hand, yes, there were also German Mexican, you know, my goodness.
Former cabinet secretary Saturnino Cedillo, who'd broken with President Lázaro Cárdenas over secularization and collectivized farming.
So yes, secularization, good. Collectivized farming, good.
Despite an armament that even included some airplanes, the Cedillistas never numbered more than a few hundred insurgents concentrated in Cedillo's home state of San Luis Potosí. In March 1938, the government declared the Cedillistas to be in rebellion, and any threat they still posed was crushed when government forces killed Cedillo in January 1939. The last major fascist action in Mexico occurred later that month with an inept pogrom against Jewish businesses in Mexico City, having utterly failed to...
Look, like, Indo-Mexican. There are Indo-Mexicans. There are. I know this because the place where my mom went, there's this event that we go to in Mexico City, right? That's like an Indo-Mexican festival, and in fact they sell like saris and all of the stuff, right? And like, you know, people buy textiles as well as other things, right? But like, there's even like in fact, I even remember that there was like this meeting, this like religious leaders meeting in Mexico City. And it was like, it had, you know, like people from, you know, different religions, including, you know, different rabbis, but it also included people from Hindu temples as well. Like everybody in the world can be found in Mexico City, so to speak, right? Like every people group, right? Which is why I'm very frustrated with this dude just being like, oh, well, like even right here, right? One, you had the Mexican Antifa super soldiers, right, outnumbering the fascists 10-1. Then being able to consolidate all of the various labor unions into one confederation, right, under the governance of a Mexican Jew. And then you had a failed pogrom in the only city that they could have even have been successful, because nobody liked them. Nobody liked the fascists in Mexico. The gold shirts were hated by everybody, right? They never had a candidate win any seats. They never did anything, okay? They were just, oh, I'm just telling edgy jokes. I'm just being edgy. That's literally all they were. Like, I'm just being edgy, okay? I'm just being edgy while I do try to do a pogrom, right?
win public sympathy or break into mainstream politics. That isn't to say that Mexico had been purged of Nazi influence.
Like, why even focus on this? Like, this is literally unnecessary. Like, why even focus, like, purged of Nazi... Mexico fought against the Nazis in World War II. Einstein even helped a famous Jewish actress and her family immigrate to Mexico. Like, there, you know what I mean? Like, this just, like, I mean, he's acting like, oh, fascism, like, Nazi sympathizers in Mexico had some, like, bro, if you want to know a country full of Nazi sympathizers, have you ever thought about the United States of America? Because by far, it didn't purge any Nazi influence. In fact, if anything, it seems to have, like, enhanced it.
For all its anti-fascist positioning, Mexico remained neutral through the first half of the Second World War, and, like many other countries opposed to the Nazis...
That's because it's a... Mexico, in principle, has been a neutral country. It is a neutral country. That's the thing. Is like, it joined in because it got to the point where it felt that it could no longer remain neutral. So saying, oh, well, they didn't break their neutrality right away when the whole point was that Mexico was neutral. That's like saying, why didn't Switzerland fight against the Germans? Right? Like, Mexico was neutral. We have the Estrada Doctrine. The whole point is Mexico has always been since the establishment of the United Nations, even now, the UN, even during the time of the United States trying to go and start the Iraq War, Mexico was one of the countries most outspoken saying that the conditions the United States was saying that it was meeting to self-defense against Iraq were wrong, and that they had not exhausted all of the options of diplomacy with Iraq. Mexico historically has been neutral, right? There are other neutral countries as well. I don't understand why, like, suddenly, like, it was neutral. It also did not have the industry possible to be like the United States, right? I mean, like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I mean, it eventually did join the fight. In fact, it fought on both sides. And even in the United States, the most decorated group of Americans that has the most medals from World War II, which is why every World War II movie you've ever watched that just has white people in it is wrong, are Mexican Americans. Mexican Americans. They are the most decorated group from World War II. So again, this whole, like, oh, Mexico was neutral, it doesn't matter. Mexico is a neutral country, and it was willing to, it felt that it couldn't remain neutral any longer because it had to fight against fascism. Okay? Like, my God. Didn't the US also do that? Yeah, of course it did. I wonder why there's such good strudel in Argentina. Oh, yeah, and pizza, right? Too many Mussolini particles. I feel like nobody in World War II fought the Nazis until they were literally attacked themselves. Exactly. I mean, Mexico joined, right? Mexico joined, and even this, like many other countries in to opposed to the Nazis in spirit, generally refused entry to Jewish refugees fleeing the Holocaust. Okay. Now he's making the Evian conference, right, or whatever, which I think it was Evian. All of the countries present, except for one, said no. And to be quite frank, the country that most Jews have wanted to live in, just historically speaking, like just as like Eastern European Jews, is not Mexico. It's been the United States, right? And there were people that were admitted into the country. Do I agree with the fact that they didn't take in refugees in the beginning of the war? Of course. I find that horrific. I think, to me, Mexico should, one, officially be neutral, like constitutionally neutral, not just have a doctrine of neutrality, but officially be neutral. And two, be a country that not only stands up for human rights, but that also stands up for refugees, and that works to right the wrong that it did during the Second World War against when it came to not only just Jewish refugees, but any refugees, right? Because people do focus on the Jewish people, which I understand when it comes to the Holocaust. But what about the Roma and Sinti people that sought asylum? What about the Poles? What about, you know what I mean? Like like stressing this point on a country that did not have the global influence that the United States had, and also that didn't have the capacity to take in, right? Like, rather, I should not say capacity, because that makes me that might sound like I'm trying to say like Mexico couldn't hold the refugees. No, that's not even the case. That did not have, right? That was not like the United States, in that already had established Jewish communities where many of the people wanted to go to, right? As we saw with the St. Louis, right? They were willing to go literally anywhere in the world. The Jewish refugees, they were willing to go to Cuba, right? But when they arrived to Cuba, they said, "Oh, your entrance visas are invalid." The United States denied them at the port of Miami, at the port of Baltimore, and also at the port of New York. So, like, yeah, yes, Mexico did do what every other country did. That's right. And it is shameful. Horrifically shameful. But that is also the reason why, like, for me, the only thing that Mexico can do is to make sure that it accepts all refugees and all asylum seekers and fight for the rights of the oppressed of the world. That is what Mexico should be, right? If it could stand up against Germany, against the Anschluss, why can it not stand up against the United States or the State of Israel against the genocide of the Palestinians? It did join eventually, recently, the court case with South Africa, right? It's intervening on the side of South Africa against Israel, right? But I would like to think that one day Mexico would be the country that actually leads the action, right? Like South Africa is, I hold it in very high regard because they did take Israel to the ICJ. And I think that I would like to think that Mexico would one day be willing to do the same thing for another oppressed people of the world, right? To me, that's what matters for countries, right? I don't care about, oh, they win football games, or, oh, they do this, oh, they have the newest jets. I care about how they take care of people, right? How they make sure that children get fed, that children get educated, that people who aspire to get a higher education can do so, that people who are hurt and sick can go to the hospital, right? That's what matters. The people matter. And, this is why, what he's saying is true. But, I'm trying to figure out what his purpose is, right? Okay, I get it. Welcome to the axis, yeah, of evil, aka most of the earth, right?
Nazis in spirit still generally refused entry to Jewish refugees fleeing the Holocaust. And there's evidence to suggest that German moles in the Mexican government played a role.
Wait, no. German moles. Oh, this is like the stupid Zimmerman telegraph. Nah, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Go back to Pasadena. Go back to Pasadena. Now that you finally pretended, now that you're finally done pretending to have a British accent. Just German mole. Mexico it has been an imperialized, impoverished country. It's essentially subservient to the United States for the entire 20th century, for the most part. Again, when it did join the second, like him saying, oh, why didn't they join sooner? I mean, why didn't the United States join sooner? I mean, we know for a fact. I mean, Deborah Lipstadt wrote about this. The United States knew about what was going on in the concentration camps well before 1939, right? When the invasion of Poland, and well before December 7th, 1940. Right? So this whole like, oh, whatever. No. You cannot say an imperialized country, right, is going to be held to a higher standard than the country that not only enabled German fascism, right, and that later on, right, extracted the people for its space program and everything else, and also never itself denazified, by the way, and kept apartheid and all of these things going on in its own country, but you actually knew that Hitler was doing these things in the East and did nothing. Right? Like the British and the Americans knew this, and they didn't do anything. And their only idea was at one point to just bomb Auschwitz in 1944. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, fine. But to say that there were German moles in the government is just like ridiculous.
These machinations were ignored by Gilberto Bosques, the Mexican consul in Marseille. When the war began, Bosques had been active in providing Mexican visas to Republican exiles from the Spanish Civil War, but he'd also become sympathetic to the similar position of Europe's Jews. By maintaining the fiction of an independent, neutral country, the German puppet regime of Vichy France had become a last refuge for Jews who had successfully evaded the German invasions of Europe. Bosques did all he could to issue Mexican visas, but was severely limited by an obstinately nativistic government back home. Ultimately, repeated U-boat attacks on Mexican oil tankers finally prompted Mexico to...
Oh, wait, but you just acted like Mexico didn't take any refugees. So first, Mexico decided not to take, but then it did. Okay, fine, whatever. Bomb what now? Yeah, y'all missing the whole point. What do you mean? What do you mean I like jam? Ultimately, repeated U-boat attacks on Mexican oil tankers prompted Mexico to join the war. I mean, doesn't this prove, though, that, like, the Germans didn't really care about Mexico? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this...
joined the war in 1942, permanently delegitimizing any fascist sympathies in the country.
It's funny, though, because in the United States, it, completely permanently ensconced fascist sympathies in the country.
In 1951, Solomon Kahn wrote that Jews had become fully integrated into Mexican society.
So what is the point that we're missing? I like jam. Also, this too, like in 51, Mexican Jews received equal treatment under the law with other elements of the Mexican population. There was no instances of governmental discrimination against Jewish residents. The overwhelming majority of the adult Mexican population, or the adult Mexican Jews, were citizens, and almost all of their children were citizens by birth. The process of the psychological as well as the financial integration, of Mexican Jewish immigrants was completed. So 51, right? So in 1951, according to Solomon Kahn, you already had a completely, fully assimilated Mexican Jewish population, right? An entire group of people that had already completely become part of the nation, according to him. So,
Post-war, Jews experienced further upward mobility and a baby boom, establishing their current population centers in the affluent borough of Miguel Hidalgo and the neighboring suburbs just over the border in Mexico State, as well as the...
Wait, no, you're also missing Polanco and, well, I guess he's saying Miguel Hidalgo, but still, like, I would be more specific, like, Polanco and now Interlomas, too, is very Jewish. But, yeah, okay.
old neighborhoods of Roma and La Condesa. Whereas the pre-war population had primarily worked in the garment industry, their children were much more likely to seek out higher education and work in professions like law and medicine. The same period has seen a surprisingly large amount of Jewish immigration across the US-Mexico border, in both directions. Because of its proximity, cultural similarities, and comparatively low cost of living, Mexico City has been a common destination for American retirees and white-collar professionals. Even in 1961, the first conservative synagogue in Mexico was founded by American expatriates living in the affluent Polanco neighborhood.
Yeah, like Polanco, like this is the neighborhood that I know very well in Mexico City. Like I know many rabbis that are there, and a neighborhood above it, to the north of it, Interlomas, is like, I mean, Polanco, I mean, there are parts of Polanco that are, definitely very affluent, but, but it's very, like, suburban. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it's just a lot of houses. Like, it's not like, unless you're on the main street, right? Like, where, like, all the main stuff is at, like, it's just houses, like, going on for ages, right? And then it's like a Starbucks or something, right? It's not really like, it's not like down here in the, in the neighborhoods that were essentially built before cars, essentially.
At the same time, it's historically been common for Mexican Jews to attend universities in the United States and later obtain permanent residency. The epicenter of this phenomenon is West Hills, California, where Spanish-speaking Jews make up about a third of the population. Prior to the war, Solomon Kahn remarked that most Mexican Jews were reticent to run for public office for fear of provoking an anti-Semitic backlash, instead limiting their political activity to voting, activism, and trade unionism.
I mean, like, it's funny that on one hand he says, oh, we fully assimilated, but then he's also like, we also don't want to participate in politics because we don't want to give even the slightest pretext for anti-Semitic attacks. Like, doesn't that kind of challenge the first contention that, oh, we're fully assimilated, but also, like, we also can't run for, but there was a governor before who was now the head of the union, right? Like,
after the war, that began to change, and with upward mobility and a broader shift toward the center, the political orientation of the Jewish community.
Oh, no. You cannot. Chicken parm. No. Oh gosh, Marxism, Lombardism. Yes, the PPS, the Popular Socialist Party. I don't know where on earth he gets social democracy from. Trade, no. And yeah, PAN, like I said before, integralism. This is all neoliberalism. These are just not even a thing. Like, this was the dictatorship for 60 years. This dude murdered Jewish people in 1968. Like in Parm. I don't know. I don't know why you. I don't know why it was LMFAO. Why that one got. But what do you mean, like, Jam? What is it that we're missing? Like, none of these. Yeah, I want to know. I'm curious because I'm like, you never responded, and then you just say Parm. Like, okay. Like, this is like, I mean, you can even tell by the pictures, like, this is the only one in color for a reason. This dude is the one that committed the atrocities of the massacre of Tlatelolco, which also is another book on my throne that talks about it, actually. But they specifically targeted the Jewish community because the Jewish community has tended to actually not be conservative. I don't know why he wants to immediately go for, oh, nothing. I was just making a joke that is now long since unfunny. Oh, my bad.
Also became more conservative. In fact, I would argue that the political orientation of the Jewish community is a misnomer. For most of the 20th century, Mexico was a de facto single-party state.
So, yeah, it was a dictatorship. That's why it wasn't a social democracy. And nor was it trade unionism. It was just a dictatorship that did neoliberalism and whatever the United States said. Like, and literally murdered innocent people. Like, I hate, like, for when it comes to Mexico, like, somehow Americans think that, like, oh, you know, it was a one-party democracy. What? Like, you know, like, that doesn't even make any sense. When you mentioned the Allies thinking about bombing, oh, yeah, that misses the whole point. Yeah. Okay, I get it now. Yeah.
Under what eventually came to be known as the Institutional Revolutionary Party, or PRI. Other parties certainly existed, but always at a permanent disadvantage.
Yeah, of course they... That's why they called it the perfect dictatorship, bro. I mean, this is like saying, like, oh, because they didn't, like, outright ban everything, because they made, you know, they allowed people to wear, like, a different colored tie, that somehow that meant anything. It didn't mean anything, because the only party that even got anything, like, these parties are gone. This party is the one that ended the dictatorship, and it's just more neoliberalism and then the war on drugs.
So major political shifts took place within the party. On top of all that, the PRI aggressively promoted an image of Mexico as a post-racial society.
Look, like, this part actually makes sense, but because he was doing all that La Raza stuff early on, he's actually misses the point about that actually started back then, that Mexico wanted to see itself already as post-racial, right? As to say that that all of Mexican people were of one, could just identify with mestizaje, and that would be enough, right? Like, instead of stratifying along so many different, right, like, races, like in America, right, where, like, literally some people think nationalities are races at this point. Like, in America, I feel like because their misunderstanding of race is so just beyond beyond it, like, at some point, like, people are gonna think that, like, individual streets are different races. You know what I mean? Like, I swear.
The exact degree to which that was true depended on which ethnic group you belonged to. But if Khan is to be believed, Jews in the mid-20th century experienced less discrimination in Mexico than even in the US. And as a result, Mexican Jew...
Why is that surprising? The dictatorship can't be perfect, needs more parm. Like this, like, Mexican Jews did not experience. If you're talking about my name etymology, it means blood in the Mande language. Oh, jelly? Oh, okay. Nice. But like this part right here, right? Like he's literally saying the country that has the second, or pardon me, the country that has the largest Jewish population on the planet, right? Is actually less and is more anti-Semitic than a country that has a very small Jewish community that is, it's larger than that of Ukraine's, but it's one that's forgotten. It's one that's, so. And another thing too is like what he's saying right now, right? Mexican Jewry never felt the need to organize themselves politically as Jews. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Zionists never really liked Mexican Jewry, because we never did that stuff. Like we never felt the need to center just our Jewishness as the only vector of our identity, right? Instead, you have most like people in the Jewish community either belonging to the Mexican Communist Party or to, different leftist organizations, or some of them being more, even being members of the dictatorship party, right? It doesn't really matter. I mean, like that's the difference in America, and that's why Zionists that always try to go to different countries that have Jewish communities and like sell them the whole Zion. It doesn't really work in Mexico because we're so ingrained into the society where the only difference is, us being Jewish. It doesn't mean we don't experience anti-Semitism, but it also means that like most people, the idea of primarily focusing all of your identity just on your Jewishness is just not something people do, right? Because instead, there isn't a need to do that, right? So that's why Zionism doesn't really attract people from Mexico, and why Zionist organizations have never really been a big thing in Mexico. They are a big thing in the United States, because there they do quote unquote organize as Jews. But that is what allows Zionism to, pitch its idea of Jewish nationalism, right? Its version, I guess, of a type of Jewish nationalism, right? Ethno-nationalism, right?
Jewry never needed to organize themselves politically as Jews. In turn, anti-Semitism hasn't played...
Oh my gosh. My family actually knew this man, but yes, Habludowski. But yeah, again, it never really mattered that we were Jewish insofar as how should I put it? At the end of the day, right? My family always thought of themselves as Mexicans, right? Yes, we're Jewish, but we're still Mexicans, right? And definitely when we came to the United States, everybody else sees us as Mexicans, right? It's not oh, they, but this is the process of assimilation and intermarriage and all of this other stuff was not so reviled by the Jewish community as it is in some other places, right? Particularly in the United States, right? And also, of course, in the state of Israel. But the point being that the community instead, right? We have our shuls, right? Our synagogues. But we also do everything else like everybody else, right? And so that's, another thing that's, important.
significant role in the perception of Jewish public figures. Consider Jacobo Zabludovsky, host of Mexico's most popular TV news program from 1970 to 1998, and a man I've seen compared to Walter Cronkite in the US. Unlike Walter
I mean, literally. I mean, yeah, Zabludovsky is controversial, but the reason why is because the only way to be famous back then in 1989 and prior is you had to have connections with the dictatorship. I mean, like he's like I hate when people put standards that like, I mean, it's kind of like in the Soviet Union, right? Would you be surprised if the top anchors that are maybe could even be compared to Walter Cronkite, right, was a member of the, you know, of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union? No, that wouldn't be strange at all. It is sad though that again he was, was with the dictatorship party, but like it's not like, again, with figures like these, I just don't really, because then you actually have the opposite, right? You have like all of these, Jewish professors at UNAM that, like participated in like, in the 1968, protests and revolt that ended up in the murder of many people, by the PRI, and one of the first communities they went after was the Jewish community, because a lot of the like academics and intellectuals that kind of like spurred on their and led their students, or students, not their students but students, right, into wanting to be against the dictatorship, right, were Jewish. So like I guess to me it's like, yes, this is true, but it doesn't have quite the same implication that I think he's trying to make out here. Because, like, from what I understand, Zabludovsky is like, he was able to, like, be the important newsman that he was because he essentially never ran afoul of the dictatorship, right? So like, yeah, when you don't live in the United States, it's kind of easier for you to not have to have that association, but again, that wasn't uncommon, especially for a media figure like this, right? Like on Televisa, which is one of like one of the monopoly television companies, right? So
Cronkite, Zabludovsky is a deeply controversial figure due to his association with the PRI oligarchy. But the total lack of controversy over his being Jewish does speak to the degree to which anti-Semitism plays a vanishingly rare role in Mexican society today. This has been reinforced by Mexico's new Jewish president.
So, again, yes, it's true that anti-Semitism, like the overt kind that people are used to seeing in the United States, does not really fly in Mexico. Doesn't mean that it can't happen. It just means that it's just not the same, right? And another thing too is like we've also had so many different immigration waves, and we've also had so many people that are important media figures like Zabludovsky, right? Like Gorenstein, like Arturo, again, many even important authors and artists, etc., that themselves, right, were Jewish or of Jewish heritage, to where like it doesn't really, like it's not that big of a deal. And not only that, but like it's not as though Jewish people in Mexico don't want to participate in the culture of Mexico, right? Like that's kind of the thing. Like like that's why when he was talking about like, oh, the people that were conversos or crypto Jews, it's like, well, the difference is that like you can still be Jewish, right, in secret, but participate in the culture as fully as you can, right? Like those two things are not mutually exclusive. Same thing with like once you could be openly Jewish, it doesn't mean that like you not behaving like the Jews of Eastern Europe or Central Europe somehow means that you're like not being Jewish, right? Like that's what I feel like there's a lot of implicit stuff here, right? Like, oh well, they have to be a certain way in order to be like classified, and I don't know, maybe it's me just reading into it, but it seems like it to me for sure.
As I said at the beginning of this video, the fact that Claudia Sheinbaum is Jewish didn't endear her to Jewish voters, who again tend to be more politically conservative. At the same time,
I contend with this. See, look, at the same time, there are no specific surveys on Jewish Mexican voting habits, bro. So then you can't even say that they're more conservative. You can't even say that they're more conservative. How can you claim that if they have never had, there was no specific survey on the voting habits of Mexican Jews, but yet you're going to say that they're more conservative? I mean, what does that even mean? Like then, I mean, now the conservative can mean anything. It can mean, oh, yeah, source, I made it the fuck up. Exactly. Like this whole time I'm thinking, okay, fine, there must be something to this. No, there actually is nothing. At the same time, well, there is actually no evidence for what I'm saying, because I was going to say, like, I can't really think, except for like, some, Jewish, people who, over time have, made it so that they are now part members of the bourgeoisie, that are actually really conservative. And even then, there were like a lot of the people I knew that were like shilling for Claudia, like back in Mexico. And this is not a small amount of people. I'm talking about like Jewish organizations that I know of. I had we're talking about Claudia, right? Like for him to say, oh, well, it's more conservative. I mean, that's like how Americans think that Mexicans are more, like Mexico is a more conservative country, right? Yet we have the law of gender identity. Yet we have, equal marriage. Yet we have, XYZ, right? It's like, it's so fucking frustrating. Like, my God.
While there are no specific surveys of Jewish Mexican voting habits, friend of the channel, the Aztlan Historian, has suggested that the margin of Jewish opposition to her candidacy was probably much narrower than the Jewish partisan divide in the United States.
But this literally says his best guess. Bruh, you literally put someone's best guess. This is literally a guess. Like, this is literally someone guessing what he thinks happened. Like, and like, again, like 15% voted for Partido. So this party right here, right? This Orange Party is like a party that even uses inclusive language, right? Like I've seen it in its election materials, right? So like in reality, 40 plus 15, and let's take a third off of Galvez's number, because there's the PRD, right, which historically has been seen as like more progressive than the other two parties, right? That actually would mean that the representing numbers would be actually closer to the Jewish numbers in the United States. But it's a graph, so now it looks true. Right, exactly. But like he's saying Scheinbaum is the only candidate that represented like progressive ideas, right? But that's not true. Maynes did as well. But he just did not want to run in coalition with either one of them, right? And PRD, like, just give me one quick second. Like, this is just unbelievably. Like, again, I'm not going to say that, oh, everything about it is super, super whatever. But, like, it's viewed as being socially democratic, right? I would say that it's seen as center left, right? It was against the technocratization, right? Stuff like that, right? I mean, obviously it's changed since then. And now it was, let's see here. It was part of this coalition which lost. But again, big tent party coalition of 3 Mexican parties, the conservative and the social democratic PRD. So I mean, like, again, even if we were to like, so part of its people wanted to be more like, because one of its founders was AMLO, right? So some of them became part of Morena, which became, the party that is now this, right? And so it's a center-left party at best, right? So if we're gonna look at this right here, right, that means 1/3 of this 45% has to go to PRD, right? So Scheinbaum plus Maynes plus 1/3 of this is almost a mirror image of this. So it's not that they're more conservative. Hello, Cat Pig. Is this what we're hiding from the U.S. election? Yeah, we are, because we're talking about Mexican Jews. And this Sam made a horrific video that literally teaches you nothing. Literally, I feel like people would learn less about Mexican Jews watching this.
The conclusion that I draw from this is that Jewishness has basically no influence on one's political preferences as a voter, nor one's electability as a candidate. With all that in mind, it's not surprising that Mexico elected a Jewish president before the United States. But politics is one thing.
Whoa, hold up. Why? Why is that the case? Why is it not surprising that the United States, the supposed most tolerant and most progressive and wealthiest nation on the planet, could not handle having a Jewish president before Mexico? Like, that's a weird thing to say. Like, oh, well, I'm not surprised. Yeah, but why? Why is that? Well, the U.S. is not exactly any of those things in reality. Well, you know how it is. But I mean, he made Mexico sound like, it was like just about to become, a member of the, join as one of the new Axis powers like 10 minutes ago. History as a standalone discipline tends to overemphasize politics. That is not true. Sam is not a historian. So I don't know what on earth he's even talking about. Like, same view of sociology, La N, the New York Times. I mean, I have this book. Okay. What year is this? Because if I remember correctly, this is actually quite old. Yeah, I don't know. There's just like I'm looking at his sources, and some of them are either outdated or just like I don't know. There's something here. I don't know. But I don't know how on earth he could claim this, because literally historians don't want to emphasize any one thing at the cost of everything else. In fact, bad historian, like, pseudo historians do that, like Would Have Alt Hist do that.
History as a standalone discipline tends to overemphasize politics at the cost of everything else. And despite having a Jewish president, there are currently no Jewish governors, senators, or deputies. In any case, there's another area of Mexican society in which the Jewish community has played a much more significant role. In 1906, a Jewish immigrant named Jacobo Granat established the Salón Rojo, Mexico's first movie theater, which went on to become a major hangout spot for Francisco Madero, soon to serve as leader of the Mexican Revolution and then president until his assassination in...
Oh, the PCP party, hey! Because our Jewish candidate was a socialist? Yeah, I know, right? Adios. What's the most entertaining history book I've read? That's a good question. Entertaining. I would probably say that's a very good question. I did like this one book that was very entertaining to read. Like, it was very quick to read, and it was about the Cairo Geniza, which, if you don't know what a Geniza is that it's a place where Jewish documents are stored and stuff like that, like old Jewish books and stuff. And it was rediscovered in the late 19th century and then the early 20th century, and essentially gave us a look into the long history of the Jewish community in Fustat in Al-Qahira, or Cairo. That one, I literally, like, when I started reading it, I couldn't put it down. It was so it was so interesting to me. Well, according to Wiki, over 90% of Mexicans are Christian. Yeah, 8.4%. Yeah, I mean, again, like, we only make up 40,000 people, up thereabouts, right? We have a population that numerically is larger than Ukraine's Jewish population, right? For example. However, like, even that 90%, right? Most of them are nominally Christian, right? It's not that, like, they actually are, like, go to church every Sunday, do confession, blah blah blah, right? It's like, oh, right? And the non-religious thing is not like is not like a kind of like in the United States, right, where it means kind of like a no preference, right? It doesn't mean that. It means literally no religion. Like, you don't practice any religion, right? And that's a result of Mexico's secularization process, right? That has happened, which is why I'm saying, like, the fact that Jewish people are very secular already, even before, like, it's similar in in Britain and Germany, exactly. I mean, the main difference that makes it very different from the United States is that Mexico, even after it declared independence, because first it decided to do this whole, like, let's start our own empire type of thing, which was just like a fantasy type of thing. It really didn't make sense, but it essentially made them establish the Catholic Church, right, as the official church of the entire country. And so, like, Mexico's been contending with that since then, when eventually it led to the Cristero War, which once the government defeated it, the Cristeros, who were the far right, reactionary Catholics that wanted the church to still be, have power. After that, like, essentially the church has never really had any say in anything, right? And that was done, like, by, constitution, right? Like it specifically states that the state and the church are by definition two separate, blah blah blah, yada yada yada, right? And that's because of the history of having an established church, right? Whereas America, it has a lot of people that kind of want religion and state to be together because it's never had an established church. And so they think that whatever their type of Christianity is going to be acceptable if they were to have an established one. And it's like, no, like, if you establish a church, it's not going to be necessarily Uncle Ted's church. You know what I mean? Or, your Aunt Josephine's church. You know what I mean? Like, that's what people don't get, right? Like, it's like they think that there's going to be like a big umbrella church that's going to exist that's going to have temporal power, right? And stuff. And it's like, no, that's just fascism, it's what you want. But, I recall 4 actually practicing Christians in my life in 10 years of Britain, and 3 of those are relatives of my GF. I literally know no one. I literally know of no one of my, like, and some of these people, I kid you not, like, one of them, one of my friends went to a Jesuit university to study law, but in Mexico, but they so there may have, yeah, but I mean, like, you know what I mean, like, but that also shows, right, that it's not central to their life, right? Like, if it was, right, you would think that they would, they would bring it up, right? Like, oh, I have to go do this at the church, I have to do blah blah, you know what I mean? Because then the church would be more part of their life, right? Whereas with, like, in Mexico, I mean, again, people might light candles, right, of certain saints, but it's more in like a folk tradition, right? It's at least something like, oh, I can't stay long tonight, yeah, exactly. Or something like, oh, you know what, I have to cancel our plans because I forgot it's Easter and I have to go to the blah blah blah, blah blah blah, let alone, like, I mean, people would mention stuff about, what they do, right?
1913. Granat left the country heartbroken over Madero's murder, but after the revolution, the Salon Rojo was reopened and renamed the Cine Granat in his honor. The post-revolutionary wave of Jewish immigration coincided with the flowering of cinema as a global art form, and it wasn't uncommon for Jewish filmmakers abroad to visit Mexico in the course of their work. In 1931, in spite of government efforts to stop Jewish immigration, actor and filmmaker Arkady Beutler moved to Mexico from the U.S. to become a foundational figure in the country's domestic film industry.
Wow, look at that. An American immigrant to Mexico.
Followed by a number of production companies working in both film and television, which has spawned an impressively large number of Jewish directors, screenwriters, producers, and actors right up to the present day.
Again, like the way how he framed this entire thing was like, sorry, I just realized that I had the wrong screen. Like, was very negatively about Mexico, and then now he's like, oh yeah, and then like, now there are all these famous. Yes, there are. Again, because a lot of like in many other countries in the world, especially those that were, that are settler colonial states with Europeans that, are the settler colonists, like the jobs of being actors and, stuff surrounding the theater and such, right, were never considered, like, were not given the, prestige that they are to this day, right, that they are now, right, and so that tended to be, I mean, like that's the reason why, like, when people get, bring up weird stuff about, like, Jewish people and, like, film, it's like, well, film initially was seen as a, lower art form than, like, opera, right? in comparison. But the theater in general has, I mean, even with Shakespeare, right? Like, his stuff was in the Liberties, right? His stuff was across the river from the city of London. His stuff was not played before the, in court theaters. It was played for the general public, right? And so it was seen as not a high art form, but the lowest one possible. And in the same way too, like, that's why you have people, like lots of queer people that are in the theater, right? That are in, the film industry, right? It's because of the fact that it is a place where marginalized people have been able to work, right? It is an industry where they have been able to gain some success. It's not like, some nefarious thing, right? I've read that in the U.S., Jews were very heavily discriminated in the arts, so all that was really left was movies, which was considered a lowly form of art. Yeah, like, there is a lot of that where, like, because, like, if you wanted to be, like a more traditional artist, right? Like, in terms of, like, and I'm talking about medium here, right? Like, if you wanted to do, like, painting or architecture or all of that stuff, a lot of the universities, like, for example, Yale, has a history of being very anti-Semitic, right? So it's a very wonderful school, right? But it used to not allow Jews, and they used to have quotas of the amount of Jewish people they would allow in. So that's when you have a lot of people moving to, like, the West Coast and, going to the universities here, and starting studios, right, in Hollywood, right, which they could, because in LA they had restrictive covenants, which meant that if you wanted to live in the city of LA, there were the covenants. Restrictive covenants meant that you could not sell to Jewish people, to Mexican people, and to Black people, right? And so that's why LA's downtown is like a triangle, right? Because essentially, like, West LA, like, if you go all the way down to, like, where, like, Beverly Hills is, right? Like, going past that, but going more south, right? Like, that was where, like, that's actually the part of LA that doesn't have any freeways. And that's for a reason, because that's where the white people lived. East LA, right, was where Mexican people were allowed to live. And they had a few bridges that crossed the LA River that then they could cross over into to work into the city, right? But they couldn't live within the city boundaries of LA because you couldn't sell property to people of those groups, and also queer people. So the Jewish community in LA started up in two places, right? And this is why I know that he doesn't quite understand a lot of the history here. One of them was the Sephardic community, a lot of whom were actually Mexican Jews, but also Jews from other parts of the world. But it was started in Boyle Heights, which is East LA. That's like Mexican Central, essentially, right? And so there you had, and the synagogues are still there. They, you can tour them and everything. And there you had the same things that Mexicans were able to get involved in terms of the arts, right, were similar things that the Sephardim that lived there also got involved in too, right? So things like murals, things like that, very similar, right? And then in West LA, or rather Northwest, right, you had West Hollywood, which is outside of the bounds of LA, and that's where you get a large Jewish community in West Hollywood, right? And also, which it's also now a very, like, known for being a very queer community as well, right? Or a gayborhood, as they used to call them. But if you go just a little bit past that, like literally like a synagogue that someone I know goes to is like just a few blocks just down from like the first like street that has like a rainbow crosswalk. You know what I mean? And so you go there, and that's where you have quite a few many communities, right? And this was before like Beverly Hills was Beverly Hills, right? This was like early on in LA's development. So then you have Beverlywood, which is very orthodox. Like that's actually where you have a lot of like multi-story housing, where you have a lot of like Hasidic communities right there. But beyond those, right, that's where West LA as we know it, right, like where it ends in Santa Monica and then goes up to Malibu and then goes down to Rancho Palos Verdes, is like where white people live, right? And so none of the freeways ever went out there. It was only in South LA, right, which is majority black, and East LA, which is majority Mexican, that they built freeways and destroyed all of communities and built these freeways to wall us in, right, and keep us hidden from that. But that included Jewish communities too, including the Sephardic community in Boyle Heights. So it's a very interesting concatenation of things that is sort of missed. And this guy here is from Pasadena, California. I mean, ostensibly we're from the same area. I mean, but he just like, I don't know, like he went to Mexico City for what I feel was probably like a week and did some reading, I guess, at one place, but I don't know. Like he said some straight up lies. Like I'm actually like probably one of the few people on the planet that actually could correct him. So yeah. That was some timing. I wrote that just as you started talking about that particular. Yeah, Gayborhood. That's a good one. Right. All right. And by the way, I have an ignorant question. Are Mexicans considered Hispanic? Hispanic was a term developed in the 60s because see, on the East Coast, there people used to call people would call people that were Cuban or Puerto Rican, right? They would call them Spanish because up until very recently in history, right, they were Spanish colonies, right, up until 98 or 1898, right? So they were used to calling that, and Hispanic just means Spanish, like that's what it actually means, like it just means like something. So some Mexicans are technically would fall into that category, right? But not all Mexicans, right? Like German Mexicans are not Hispanic, right? Indigenous Mexicans are not Hispanic. Not all Jewish Mexicans are Hispanic, right? Like it was supposed to mean, it's typically supposed to be a cultural thing, but it also erases the fact that there are like multiple cultures within a country, and that Mexico also had immigration from different cultures, right? And it's not a monoculture, right? So technically yes, but I remember I like in high school, I had a friend of mine who was Brazilian, and they wanted to have like a Hispanic event or something, and they invited him, but he's Brazilian, he's not Hispanic, like, you know what I mean? So it's like, well, that's why like the usage of those terms, in my view, I personally don't like them, but because people like to think that they're a race, and they're not. Like it's supposed to describe like a cultural thing, but that flattens the cultural variety of Mexico. Like it's not all just, it's not all just, oh, everybody's half Aztec, half Spaniard, right? Like that's not how Mexico actually is. So also, yes, if you would like to help me with I just remember someone telling me Mexicans are Hispanic, hence they are white. Well, I mean, the quote unquote Spanishness of Mexicans, right, would be the whiteness, quote unquote, right, in the sense that Spaniards are white, right? But I don't think that like in America that doesn't count for anything really, because like Hispanic, Latino, those things are racialized terms, right? Also, yes, if you'd like to help me with my research, speaking about Hispanic and all of those things, there's a book here. It's called The Violence Never Leaves You. It's talking about the pogroms that were committed against Mexicans in South Texas. Very important to my research right now. Literally, I would really appreciate it if people would chip in and help me get this book so that way I can use it in my research. Monica, from what I know, is a very wonderful scholar, and this text right here is like one of those that I keep seeing cited, and I'm like, I need to read this book and probably use it in some examples for part of a case study of some sort. But yeah, if you would care to, of course, no one's obligated, but feel free if you would like to help sponsor the book in any way, please feel free to go to my throne, and it's the pinned comment in both chats.
One who particularly stood out to me was Wolf Rovinskis, an immigrant from Argentina who first visited Mexico while on tour as a pro wrestler, ended up...
Oh, you know what's interesting is that there's actually a long history of Argentine Jews and just Argentines moving to Mexico because they actually do better off in Mexico for some reason. I don't know. I just think that's very interesting to me. There's one, gosh, I'm forgetting her name now, but she was like an actress and a singer, and she came during what was called the golden age of Mexican cinema. And if I could find good versions of these films, like, obviously they're not going to be 1080p, but even if they were remastered versions that maybe could go up to 1080p, I suppose, but that had good subtitles, right? And not the, I would love to watch some of the golden age of Mexican cinema, during our community nights, which I do hope people enjoy, the community nights. I know I started to, change up the times and, add a day, or get rid of a movie and change it with, but I mean, that's mostly out of a desire to, make sure that, one, I don't want, I want to make sure that we watch all sorts of content. But I really do enjoy, spending time with all of you and getting also to chat afterwards and everything. And thank you for everybody that goes into the VC, when I'm in there during the day, when I'm just working, and I appreciate that. When was the golden age? Like the 1930s to the 1950s, more or less.
Staying permanently and became one of the most prolific leading men in the country. At the same time, a lot of Jews in Mexico's film industry have crossed over into Hollywood. Some you may even have heard of, like 3-time Oscar-winning cinematographer Emmanuel Lubezki, or the...
Like how many people even knew that Emmanuel Lubezki was even a Mexican Jew? Like, I feel like nobody knows that. Because like if you hear his name, right? Because it's like one of those names that's like exists the same way in English as in Spanish, right? And because he he doesn't, you know what I mean? Like there's lots of, I mean, again, like especially after the golden age of Mexican cinema, Hollywood, because see, at first the film industry still had a big pull in New York, right? And that was TV and film, right? And there is some period in the post-war, right, when everything moves to the West Coast, right? New York stops being a place where there are film studios and stuff like that, and everything just becomes Hollywood. And it's around the same time that the Mexican golden age of cinema ends. So that's when you start to see the movement of people over. I mean, like, they filmed Titanic right by I was literally about to say they filmed Titanic right by my house, but not exactly. It wasn't exactly right by my house, but it was, it was right by it was the studios that are down the main road of Baja California after Rosarito. And that's where they filmed Titanic. You live in the ocean, right? But they filmed it close to the town of Rosarito. Which I actually didn't live in Rosarito. Actually, I lived in Tijuana, in very much in the city. But my point being that like where they filmed that movie Titanic, it's like you literally drive past it when you want to go to Ensenada, which is like the next biggest city. It's also where they invented, apparently, the margarita at a German immigrants bar there in Ensenada at Husong's. And also the fish taco was invented there. Like the fish taco as we know it now, right? The kind that's like one that's put in batter and fried. Those two things were invented in, and then Caesar salad was invented in my hometown at the Caesar Hotel. And I've actually participated in the world record of eating the largest Caesar salad in the world. So, you know, what a life, eh? No, but point being that Titanic was shot in Mexico. Noted. I had a fish taco. It is over. Is it overrated? It depends. It really depends which kind you get, because I will tell you this. I have had some that are especially if they're just like, but there are some like in Ensenada, you can get them fresh. Like I'm talking about like some guy will walk in holding a fish. You know what I mean? Into the kitchen. You know what I mean? That was literally just caught. And they'll start making that. But this is what I always say. The thing about the Los Tacos is that it's not just one having a really good, like the protein, right, that's put inside. It's knowing how to use the subsequent ingredients, right? Like this is why, like, a lot of people, when they go to like a taco truck, right, they're wondering like, why are these people, there are all these molcajetes, right? And why are all these people getting all these different things? It's because you're building up a flavor profile, right? Like, oh, you get a little bit of repollo, right? Some cabbage, right? Repollo in Spanish. And you put that there for the crunch, right? If you don't want that much of the sauce, right, that they often put, right? Instead, you can get like crema mexicana, which is saltier. And then you can add in some like, a nice smoky habanero sauce or something. Like, it really depends, right? Like that's the thing. It's like, it's something you gotta know how to work with the different flavors, right? Where my grandma lived, they got fresh smoked fish. It was nice. Ooh, that sounds nice. Will the VOD be available? Yes, I was doing the dishes. Yeah. It's gonna be available. I had it in Canada, so I can say it was definitely not made by a Mexican. Well, I have to say one of the best Mexican restaurants that I've ever been to as a Mexican was not in Mexico. It was actually in Italy, of all places.
Father and son team of Alexander and Ilya Salkind, who brought Superman to the big screen in 1978. And ironically, while their Jewish identity tends to go unnoticed in Mexico, their Mexican identity tends to go unnoticed in the US.
See, this is the exact opposite for me. This is the exact opposite. And that's because they're Ashkenazi, right? Because they're Ashkenazi and they're white Jews, right? They, like that, like he's not really, like, he's thinking like, oh, their Mexican identity. Well, if they have like blue eyes, right, or green, if they're white, right? If they have quote unquote European features and they have essentially European names, right? Like, a Polish surname, they're not really going to be thought of as Mexicans. But if they see me, right, someone with dark hair and dark eyes and, etc., right? They're going to, in America, they see me from my Mexicanness first. And my Jewishness is ancillary, if anything. Whereas in Mexico, they see me for my Jewishness because they see it as something like this, like, it's weird because it also usually involves some kind of weird like policing of my Jewishness in a weird way, where it's like then they expect me to do things that I don't, that like if you're not an observant Jew, like you don't do, right? Like, oh, you're, watching, TV or not even TV, but like, oh, you're like, on your phone on Saturday. I'm just like, yeah, like, I mean, I'm not a chassid anymore, and I don't live in a chassid neighborhood, so in Mexico City, so mixed heritage people often encounter that. Yeah, and for me, it's like the funny thing is like both sides of my family are Mexican Jews, right? But for some reason, like in America, it's just always been a thing where like, oh, and I guess it's because I'm Sephardic, right? Like because I don't have, right, like Ashkenazi features and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that like, also that reminds me, this dude right here, Sam, still has erased half of the president's identity, of her Jewish identity, because he keeps refusing. He thinks that her second name, right, her second surname, which is her mother's surname, is not Jewish. I'm almost certain that he thinks that it's not Jewish because it sounds Mexican to him, right? I think he only thinks Scheinbaum is Jewish. But Pardo is a Jewish surname. And in fact, that's the family that came the most recent to Mexico from Bulgaria. The Sephardic side of her family. Because they came just before Bulgaria was, occupied by the Germans. Yeah, or quote unquote unusual. Yeah, I totally get that. And I hate the questions I get, like, oh, did you convert? No, I didn't convert. I was born Jewish. Oh, does that mean your parent? It's like, why do I have to get these questions? Like, it's like, why can't I just be accepted for who I am, right?
As of the 2020 census, Mexico has a Jewish population.
Wait, Mexico State. Yeah, Baja California. Yeah, so, yeah, like, most of this population, I kid you not, like where my grandparents lived, where they had their house in Tijuana, it was like 200 people, like 200, like there were, like it was quite a sizable Jewish community. So 200 of these 1,319, like I know where they are, so to speak. Jalisco, almost the entire Jalisco community lives in one city, and that's just Guadalajara. That's just, which is, and actually, this is actually kind of wrong, because I don't know why it's so low, because it's actually higher. Yeah, the census, it's 58,000. Yeah, it's 58,000. Again, like I said, we have a larger population of Jews than Ukraine does, right? But people associate Jewishness with Ukraine more than they do with Mexico, right? But most of them live in the Mexico City metro area. But yeah, Baja California, which is the state I'm from, again, most of them live in the city of Tijuana, like almost all of them. And they either lived in the neighborhood that my grandparents lived in, the neighborhood that I grew up in, or the neighborhood that the synagogue, like the main synagogue is in. And that's like and that's where you will find like the more like Hasidic Orthodox type. But yeah, like everybody kind of knows, like, oh, and there's only like there's only like two real, like 1-2 Jewish like social places you can really go to. Like there are kosher restaurants, but they're not like super accessible, like unless you live like unless you're willing to drive that far for each one. Like, and they're okay. I mean, it's Mexican food. Like, it's not like Ashkenazi food or whatever. It's Mexican food. Like, it's tacos and stuff like that. But it's just kosher, right? And like caldo de pollo, but kosher, right? In fact, my mom the other day was telling me she made some, because the way how, like, the difference is that in Mexico, usually non-Jewish people make it with shorter grain rice, but Jewish people make it with long grain rice, the chicken soup. I don't know. It's just a weird little tidbit, I guess. But anyway, but yeah, like, I think the Jalisco one, I don't know. For some reason, I feel like that's too low, because the second largest community is in Guadalajara. So I feel like it being such a small number is actually kind of inaccurate. Also, there are some Jewish people that do live in Puerto Vallarta, which also Puerto Vallarta's like gay pride central. Like, literally there you have so many events. But the thing is that it's not like I kid you not, when I went to Puerto Vallarta, I literally found a book that I had been looking for 10 years. I kid you not. Like, like, that's what I was doing when I was there, right? Like, I didn't, I wasn't really, I've never been a big, like, oh, I'm going to go to, a beachside pool party, but, whatever. They just be letting anyone on YouTube nowadays. Yeah, seems like. I mean, they have me on YouTube, right?
Of 58,876, mostly in and around Mexico City, making it the 13th largest Jewish population in the world.
13th largest population in the world. Wow, we moved up in the world. It used to be the 15th. Now we're the 13th. That's amazing. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. 5th largest in the Americas, 2nd largest in any Spanish-speaking country. Woo! Mexican Jewish Antifa soldiers of the world unite.
The 5th largest in the Americas, and the 2nd largest of any.
Look at that. Just below Brazil. Look at that. Look at that. That's wonderful. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. Also, this is wrong. This number is way higher. I don't know where on earth they're getting this number. Like, is he really going to try to pretend that Israel has more Jewish people than, like, can I, like, okay, being real with y'all. Like, I'm going to be real with y'all right now. Like, look. Did you know that since October 7th, okay, now, people can Google this if you want, right? You can look up the total Jewish population of the state of Israel. It's about 7 million, right? America has more than that. It's about 6.9 million. It might be a little bit more. I'm not exactly sure of the exact number. But since October 7th, almost 750,000 people have permanently left the state of Israel. They ain't coming back. They got their passports from their other, if they had dual citizenship or whatever, and they got out. And now they're up in Argentina, Canada, United States, wherever, Brazil, whatever, right? But that's a lot of people to leave a country that has just several millions of people making up its population, right? When almost 1 million of them are gone, yeah.
Spanish-speaking country. This is a larger Jewish population than Ukraine or Italy.
Yeah, I've been saying that from the beginning. Yeah, it's a larger population of Jews than Ukraine or Italy, and I'm very proud of it. I am proud of the fact that, we are one of the largest, Jewish communities in the world, and we're also one of the most diverse as well. Like we don't have any one Jewish ethnic group, or so to speak, right, cultural group that's that is like an outright majority in any of the communities, right? And that the Sephardi, Mizrahi, the Sephardi and all of the other Jewish communities, right, the Ashkenaz, etc. We all hang out. We all, I mean, I'm not gonna say there isn't any friction. There is, because again, like this dude's wrong. Remember, he doesn't know actually how most Jews vote. Most Jews in general tend to vote for more progressive parties. Literally, like that's just a general rule. But at this point, I would say, there are some conservative people, like maybe on the, like in media, right, that represent right-wing views. But I mean, like Dennis Prager doesn't tell us about the general sentiment of Jewish people in America. You know what I mean? Neither does Ben Shapiro. Right, neither does anybody, all the other people that show up on that, right? But in the same vein, right, because he literally had no data, and it was someone's guess based off of the election results, which didn't take into account, like it looked at it by party, but not by what party like type it was, right? Because they were like, again, it's like a center left party, left of center party, and then a sort of left of center, SOC-Dem coalition being the majority of all Jewish votes. I think it's safe to say that Mexicans are not more conservative in Mexico than they are in other countries. In fact, I don't see why we would be. In fact, like we don't have any reason to, because Mexico does not have a big Zionist thing either, too. Like even Claudia Sheinbaum, like I mean, of course, she believes in the two-state solution, but she's been seen wearing a keffiyeh. I mean, that's more than I've seen leaders of many I mean. But also Mexico doesn't have to, and also Mexico joined the as in the intervention against with South Africa against the state of Israel, right? And so so now as president of Mexico, she represents that intervention that was done on the side of South Africa, right? So there's that too, and I think that's why a lot of the American Jewish organizations that try to like really defame her, and doubt her Jewishness, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, really just show their whole ass, because like I don't know what else. There are people who like Ethan Klein that what does he do that's particularly Jewish? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, why would he be given like, oh yeah, he's definitely, but she's not, because she doesn't do what? What? I mean, I don't know what you want her to do. I mean, if she's not Orthodox, she's not Orthodox, right? She has every right to express herself as a Jewish person, right? And also her children are Jewish, by the way. Her children are Jewish. So I don't really understand what that whole, I mean, even the whole thing about, oh, well, she thanked Jesus, we already went over that, right? How that's her husband's name, Jesus, right? And they kept thinking if she was thanking Jesus. But, I didn't know Ethan was until 2 weeks ago, and I regret every second since. You know, he can do whatever he want, you know. Like, look, all of us Jews that are from the LA community, you know, like Chaya Reichik, Ben Shapiro, you know, Ethan Klein, you know, like they all the way they are, I'm the way I am, okay? That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say about that right now. Okay, that's my judgment right there. Okay. Okay, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining me. For those of you on Twitch, please make sure to get in the machine as we head on over to US A-Hole's stream. Thank you again so much for joining me. And I hope to see you all very soon. And yeah, I'll see you all very later. Thank you. We're rating US A-Hole, Gwen. Hey. See y'all later. Bye. And as for YouTube, thank you so much for joining me as well. Very glad that I was able to stream today. So I hope to see you all very soon.